Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy Third Friday, guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful evening. On a little bit earlier than normal. That's good, right? Guys, tonight we're going to be doing some of the OW2s. Yeah, last night we started doing Reaper. Did some more Torb and Symmetra games. I thought Torb was bad. Reaper has some serious fucking issues, guys. Yeah. He has some issues. Like shooting through tanks and not doing damage issues when they're right in front of you. It's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, I don't know. He had stuff like that in OW1. It wasn't nearly as bad as it is in OW2, though. So, yeah. I don't know, guys. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the Reddits here. Probably playing some other heroes here tonight. We're still working our way through a list I want to catch up on with before we play comp. We're going to be doing Junkrat tonight and maybe Echo. Echo's another hero I want to play. We might do Genji, but probably not. Genji is too niche for me. Maybe. Otherwise, Symmetra, Torbjorn, Pharah, and obviously Mei. Mei definitely works. Pharah, maybe not so much. Symmetra might work too, but if you have a shit tank, she doesn't work. I don't know. That'll take some practice. It'll take some games. But that's part of the fun, right? Losing our comp games because I'm playing Symmetra and throwing. Because I'm not playing the character I'm utmost best at. Yeah. See what's going on in the tubes tonight, guys. 13,900K? Yep. Gamers Nexus not have a video up? Yep. So 13,900K is supposed to come in November. There's a video up. Why is it not on my feed? Playing on the meme. Oh, and Rings of Power, guys. We talked a bit about Rings of Power. How horrible it was, yes. I'm surprised they didn't break the fourth barrier and talk directly to the audience like She-Hulk. They should have done that. Got some coffee brewing right now, guys, so that's coming up as well. Definitely going to take a look. It is, we're on a hardware release cycle right now too, guys, so there is going to be new hardware coming out that we are going to be taking a peek at. That goes without saying. Yeah. Beat to-dos. Insane power draw. Don't care. As long as the clock's done properly when it doesn't use it. Take a look at Hub first, and we'll take a look at Gamers Nexus. Although, it seems like Hardware Unboxed does better benchmarking, but Gamers Nexus has better overviews.
Four new CPUs, one of which was the $700 Ryzen 9 7950X. And this was an impressive 16-core, 32-thread CPU, but unfortunately, upon release, it was a bit let down by excessively high platform costs, namely overpriced X670 motherboards and premium DDR5 memory. As a result, I told you guys to hold out on that new upgrade until we had a chance to go over Intel's upcoming
and then hold off even more because the Vcache model, the 7000 series, is coming out in like February, so maybe January.
And finally, the time has come to do just that. But before we do, today's sponsor spot is brought to you by Asus.
No sponsors, please.
The Core i5-13 600K. Now, priced at $660 US, this new Core i9 is set to go head-to-head with the 7950X. Intel hasn't made too many bold claims about their new flagship part, and I'm not even sure if we got any official IPC claims for Raptor Lake. There was certainly nothing about this in the press materials. Rather, Intel just noted that the clock speeds had now climbed 600 MHz to 5.8 GHz.
Coffee. 1 second.
gigahertz, and that the E-core count for the 13900K has doubled to 16. So with 8 P-cores, it's technically a 24-core processor, but of course, all cores aren't equal. That said, there are other noteworthy changes.
And thread
here. For
scheduler in
example,
Windows kind of
the
sucks
P-cores see an increase in
at
L2 cache
properly
capacity
using them.
per core
Still.
from 1.25 megabytes for the 12th gen parts to 2 megabytes, increasing the
But
total
waiting on the
L2
Vcache,
cache
guys, regardless how
capacity
this
to
performs, waiting
16
on Vcache.
megabytes. Then the E-cores saw an even bigger upgrade when it comes to L2 cache capacity, going from 2 megabytes per cluster to 4 megabytes for a total of 16 megabytes. And even the L3 cache capacity has been bumped up, going from 30 megabytes for the 12900K to 36 megabytes for the 13900K. All said and done, the 13900K packs 55% more cache than the 12900K, and yet both use the same Intel 10nm process, though the total die area has increased by 24% to 257 square millimeters. So it is a much bigger CPU that clocks up to 12% higher at 5.8 gigahertz. So I shudder to think what the power and thermals are going to look like, and of course that is something we'll be looking at soon. I should also mention a few other changes, such as the improved DDR5 memory support, going from DDR5 4800 with 12th gen to DDR5 5600 for the 13th gen. These are the official memory specifications. You can run higher than this,
But you can still
at
run
least the official
DDR4.
spec is now a lot higher. And of course, we also have the same DDR4 3200 memory support as well.
That's the
There's
important
also
one,
the same
because
16
there's really no
PCI
performance
Express
difference.
5.0 lanes, and then 4 lanes of PCI Express 4.0 from the CPU. Along with these new 13th gen CPUs, we're also getting the new Intel Z790 motherboards, and when compared to Z690, there are some PCIe improvements. For example, Z690 offered up to 12 PCIe 4.0 lanes and up to 16 PCIe 3.0, whereas the new Z790 chipset delivers up to 20 PCIe 4.0 lanes and up to 8 PCIe 3.0 lanes. Both
Trying to be competitive with Ryzen, but Ryzen just feeds you all the lanes for the most part. Intel has always tried to cut off the amount of lanes and limit it to their workstation processors as a way of product segmentation, not because it can't, because it costs them a bunch more, but because it is a way of segmenting their products.
Chipsets use DMI 4.0 x 8 to connect between the processor and chipset. This means Z790 allows motherboard
AMD
makers
uses
to support
Infinity
up
Fabric.
to 5 M.2 NVMe Gen 4 slots, or enable a greater number of high bandwidth onboard devices, such as a discrete USB 4 or Thunderbolt 4 card. Then the 8 PCIe 3.0 lanes are sufficient for lower bandwidth devices such as wireless cards, 2.5 gigabit LAN, or even 10 gigabit LAN. So there'll be plenty of new Z790 motherboards to check out, and at some point, I'm sure we'll do a roundup. But for now, we need to get on with the 13900K review. So let's go over the test system specs and then jump into the results. For the AM4 platform, I've got a range of Zen 2 and Zen 3 CPUs, and all have been tested using 32GB of DDR4 3600 CL14 dual rank memory on the MSI MPG X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi motherboard running the latest BIOS. The AM5 system is based on the I've tested update all. Okay, let's get into behavior in Cinebench R23. After an hour of load testing, the 13900K maintained an all-core frequency of 5.2 GHz for the P cores and 4.1 GHz for the E cores. This frequency was sustained using the MSI Core Liquid S360 360mm liquid cooler installed in loads the load, though Hardware Info did report K is able to match the 7950X, which is an impressive achievement. I should note though, after just a single run, the Intel CPU was faster, scoring around 4 to 5% higher than what's shown here. However, thermal throttling does slightly reduce the score after 10 minutes, despite the use of a 360mm liquid cooler, and we'll look at this a little more closely a bit later on in the review. Performance here though, it looks good. We're talking about an almost 40% improvement from the 12900K. Here we can see what the increase, almost 40% improvement from.
Yeah, but the 5950K, there's a bigger improvement between the 7950 and the 5950K than 12900 and 13900.
The 12900K.
These are
Here
synthetic
we can see
still.
what the increased frequency along with the bump in IPC does for the single core performance of the 13900K. It's a bit of a beast, scoring almost 2,200 points. In short, it was 7% faster than the 7950X and 11% faster than the 12900K. And that strong single core performance does wonders in the 7-zip file manager compression test, allowing the 13900K to sweep the 7950X aside by a rather significant 14% margin, while it again crushed its predecessor, the 12900K, by an almost 40% margin. Of course, as we've seen countless times in the past now, AMD's SMT is far more powerful for decompression work, and as a result, the 13900K does get a bit flattened by the 7950X, trailing it here by an 18% margin. Still, when compared to the 12900K, we're looking at a massive 56% improvement for the new 13th Gen Core i9. The Blender Open Data benchmark takes quite a long time to complete, so the 13900K well and truly heats up in this one, and that's partly why it falls behind the 7950X, losing by a 12% margin.
Yikes.
Still, it was 41% faster than the 1200K, so a strong uplift there, and it was 16%.
Once again, these are kind of synthetics. Not really. This is more productivity workloads,
so
the stuff you do if you're doing a
probably
workstation.
slots in pretty well here.
You
The
do
Crow
stuff with
benchmark,
blenders.
on the other hand, is very rapid on these high-end CPUs, completing in just 35 seconds with the 7950X and 36 seconds for the 13900K. This helps the Core i9 processor to avoid thermal throttling, and therefore it was able to match the 7950X. I guess I could loop this test in the future, but this is a good example of what the 13900K can achieve if you can cool it. We see that the 7950X is still dominant in Premiere Pro, as the 13900K was only good for just shy of 1200 points, though that was also a 25% increase from the 12900K, so a good improvement here even if it can't keep up with the steps made by Zen 4. So, as we've seen in the past, Photoshop loves strong single-core performance, and that being the case, the 13900K had no issue taking out top spot here with a score of just over 1600 points, making it 6% faster than the 7950X. Adobe After Effects also loves strong single-core performance, though it does utilize higher core count processors well at times during the Puget Systems benchmark. Basically, the 13900K matched the 7950X here, making it just a few percent faster than the 12900K. The last productivity benchmark we have looks at code compilation performance, and here the 13900K was 13% slower than the 7950X and just 9% faster than the 12900K, though it was 11% faster than the 7900X, so overall not a bad result, though I don't think it's a particularly impressive one either. Now, time for the gaming benchmarks, and we'll start with Factorio, which is very cache sensitive and really only looks at single core performance.
Yikes.
Here, the 13900K was just 9% faster.
Once again, waiting on the Vcache 7000 series, guys. This is the 5000 series with the Vcache.
Okay, and it's 7900X, making it 13% slower than the 7950X. So,
3D cache.
Average result overall. Next, we have Watch Dogs Legion. At 1080p, we're looking at a massive 19% performance improvement for the 13900K.
And once again, imagine the 7000 series. So this is where's the 5800X? 5800X is way down here. Here it is with the Vcache. Now imagine the 7000 series with the Vcache.
Using DDR5 over DDR4.
I'm going to wait 4 months. It's fine.
So for the most part, I'll
wait 4 months.
On the DDR5 6400
I'll be all right.
For the 13900K review. Doing so sees the Core i9 part beating the 7950X by a convincing 9% margin, though it was only 3% faster than the 5800X 3D, or 9% faster when looking at the 1% lows, which are likely helped by the faster DDR5 memory. Even at 1440p, the 13900K remained dominant thanks to the power of the RTX 4090. Here, the 13900K was 10% faster than the 7950X and 21% faster when using DDR5 opposed to DDR4. Next up, we have Rainbow Six Extraction. Now, please note, I no longer use the built-in benchmark for this one, as I found the data to be unreliable, so I've moved to in-game testing. This game does have issues with AMD's dual CC design, used by parts such as the 7950X and 7900X, and this is why they're slower than both the 7700X and 7600X. Still, performance overall was strong, and we're looking at comparable results between the 13900K and 7950X. The 1440p results do become GPU limited at the high end, though we are still seeing better 1% low performance.
1440p on low. Okay. Not 1080p on low, guys. 1440p on low. I guess he did just test 1000. Yeah, he just tested 1080p on low. Once again, still have no idea why you do this. The idea is here not to test GPU bottlenecks, is to test CPU bottlenecks in future-looking scenarios where there might be a faster video card. Because Imagine, guys, there is going to be a faster video card. Imagine the 5090 now, even though we just released this one. 2 years from now, there's going to be a 5090 coming out. And then we're going to see this giant uplift that we saw from the 3090 to 5090 or 4090. Yeah. Or maybe not the same amount, but there's still going to be an uplift there, and therefore you're going to want a CPU that actually performs performs better, which makes looking at 1440p results pointless at this point. Even looking at 1080p results, where you start seeing things become GPU bound, also pointless.
Between the 13900K,
you're not testing GPUs, you're testing CPUs.
The 1440p results do become GPU limited at the high end, though we are still seeing better 1% low performance with the 13th gen CPU.
1% seem to be a bit all over the place, though.
Next up, we have Hitman 3, and here the 13900K is unable to catch the higher end.
I mentioned before, it seems like their 1% are just made up sometimes.
7900X and 7950X.
1% don't always mirror your average at
7950X, for example, was 5% faster. Certainly not a big margin, but it does show that Raptor Lake and Zen 4 will trade blows when it comes to gaming. Interestingly, at 1440p, the 7950X was able to extend its margin over the 13900K out to 9%, as it didn't take a performance hit at the higher resolution, whereas the 13900K did. Now, Far Cry 6 is all about single-core performance, so unsurprisingly, the 13900K takes a clear lead here, beating the 7950X by a 10% margin, hitting 200 FPS on average, and this was possible using either DDR4 or DDR5 memory. Then we see that at 1440p, the 13900K maintained a 9% lead over the 7950X, this time falling just short of 200 FPS. That's also an incredible 19% uplift from the previous generation 12900K. Moving on, we have F122, and we find that the 13900K is exceptionally fast here using either DDR4.
It would definitely look like
the
13,000 series is a win for gaming,
faster than the 7950X.
Right?
And that meant it was also
I am definitely waiting for the Vcache model of
the 5800X.
The 7000 series.
The 13900K did remain strong at 1440p, averaging
5800X3 is still doing well here,
which was enough to edge out the 5800X 3D and beat the 7950X by a convincing 12% margin. The Spider-Man remaster results are impressive, particularly when arming the 13900K with DDR5 memory, which provided a nice 15% performance bump, averaging 141 FPS. This allowed the 13900K to beat the 7950X by a 14% margin, so a very solid win here. Even at 1440p, the 13900K was mighty, beating the 7950X by a 15% margin and the 1200K by a 16% margin. The new Core i9 processor was also very impressive in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, hitting 288 FPS, and that saw it beat the 7950X by a 9% margin and the 1200K by a 13% margin. It's also worth noting that the 13900K was 16% faster when using DDR5 opposed to DDR4. Now, although we ran into a GPU bottleneck at 1440p, we're still seeing a massive 21% improvement to 1% lows when running the 13900K with DDR5 opposed to DDR4. For whatever reason, Intel CPUs seem to hate Horizon Zero Dawn, or maybe it's just that AMD CPUs love it.
Or Horizon Zero Dawn hates Intel.
The 7950X was 21%
or maybe it's sponsored by AMD.
100K here,
yeah,
hitting an impressive
questionable
255 FPS. Even at 1440p, the Zen 4 CPUs remained
strong,
bottleneck, easily defeating the 13900K, which was only able to match the 5950X. And the new Core i9 processor was only 9% faster than its predecessor, the 12900K. Here we have another example. This time
it's mainly cosmetic.
Where the 13th
I don't think it matters much. It might be with the new 4000 series. It might be a way of freeing up space on your motherboard, though. We talked about that. Because you use a riser cable. But do I hate it? No. Do I think it's an inherently super amazing method? No.
When armed with DDR4, it was able to
People worry too much about the temps because they don't have anything better to do.
12900K. Now, what's really interesting here...
At the end of the day, your GPU is just going to hit thermal throttling, and then it's going to slow down. So as long as it's not thermal throttling, then it's not a problem.
The Zen 4 processor,
Same thing with your CPU.
Roughly on par with the 1200K using DDR5. It's quite clear that we are running...
That's my takeaway, and my case study of that is laptops, many of which sit at thermal throttling their entire fucking life, and they're perfectly fine. Because chips nowadays are made to throttle when they get too hot. Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. You could do it cosmetically, but other than that, I don't think it matters for you.
But even
Not
so,
to
it's
burst your
quite
bubble, I'm sure you're
strange
looking
as
for
the
it to
new
do,
Core
but
i9 processor
you could
trades
always just do it
the
anyways.
750X by
Yeah,
4%
but I don't
margin.
think there's really
Next we have
utility
a
scenario
CC
for
and a
that,
1080p. The
except
13900K
for
is
freeing up
7%
more slots in your
faster than the
motherboard if it's covering them.
7950X, and it really doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you use DDR4 or DDR5 memory here. That said, it was still 9% slower than the 5800X 3D.
Waiting for that
as
3D
3D
cache,
VCache
guys, on
CPU is
the
good for
Ryzen 7000
FPS on
series.
average.
Oh, it's going to be
The
juicy.
margins seen at 1440p are all much the same. The 5800X.
So here's a 5800X 3D, and then here's the 5800X right down here. So it goes from 137 to 209. That's almost double performance. So now imagine the 7000 series going from 180 and then add a giant Vcache onto that, maybe like 300. Yeah, this isn't even competition. This is why I'm waiting for Vcache, and I suggest everyone wait for the Vcache to see what's happening.
3D still reigns supreme
Waiting
here,
4 months or
with the
5 months, 4
13900K
months.
coming in second using
It's
either
rumored to be
DDR4
released in
or
January,
DDR5
February.
memory. The Rift Breaker is a bad title for the 7950X, and although performance overall is still very good, as it's highly playable, there's a problem with dual
Not when you do
CCU
2000%
processors here,
waves,
as the 7950X
which
was
I did.
17% slower than
And
the
then the game grinds to a halt.
7700X. And that meant while the 13900K was 22% faster than the 7950X, it was just 2% faster than the 7700X. The 1440p data is again
Imagine
much
only
the same,
having a
as
single
we're still
wall.
CPU limited.
Why would you
even
ever do
with
that?
the 13900K
You have like 5 wall
and
thicks.
7700X.
They're thick boys.
The last game we're going to look at is Counter-Strike Global Offensive,
Ugh.
and here the 13900K
I don't even know why they
makes
glue
a
it to
decent
CS:GO.
11% step
And they don't
forward
have any
from the
MOBAs in here either.
1200K, which was enough to place it roughly on par with the 7950X. That said, the 7700X is still king here with 558 frames per second on average.
I mean, it's good
Then
at
at
single-threaded
1440p
performance, but the 5800X 3D was just a wild card. Here it's not doing too hot, but this is CS:GO, which is a title that's ancient at this point. The Source Engine's ancient, even though they've been making little tweaks to it over the years. Source Engine is basically from the early 2000s.
12900K. Now, for the 12-game average, and as you'd probably expect, the 13900K came out on top, beating the 7950X by a 6% margin.
Price
and the
performance.
7700X
Let's
by
look at that price
84%
graph with the
margin.
5800X 3 is
Then,
going
when
to be
paired
pretty
with
juicy.
cheaper DDR4 memory, the 13900K was able to match the 7950X. When compared to the 1200K, we're looking at a 14% improvement when pairing both CPUs with DDR5 memory. As you'd expect, the margins are even slimmer at 1440p, and now the 13900K was
The
just 4%
stuff becomes
faster
GPU bound.
than the 7950X and 3% faster than the 7700X. So while technically the fastest gaming CPU,
They definitely
they
should.
do try.
So Nantec does 360p benchmarking, and the reason for that is because graphics cards sometimes turn into bottlenecks, and you're not curious about today's performance. You're going to be curious about how most people keep their CPUs for 4 years. Yeah, not everyone's on the 2-year upgrade cycle where they upgrade every single time a new CPU comes out, right? 4 years, 5 years? Yeah, so there's going to be definitely new GPUs out in 5 years from now. So you're like, what's going on right now? Oh, I'll be CPU bottlenecked. Or GPU bottlenecked. Of course you will. If you buy in a super high-end video card, and then you just end up at a bound here. But if you, let's say 5 years from now, you want to have a new video card and you want to keep the same CPU, you'd be curious about results, what they would look like in the future. That's why you have to test lower resolutions or render scaling, either or. Both do the same thing. Even though you're realistically never going to play at them. It's a way of alleviating a GPU bottleneck so you get results that are more future-looking.
Trade blows, and overall, there's really not much in it. Okay, so as good as the gaming performance looked, here's the bad news.
So some things to consider is games. There's multiple things in this argument here. First is you're going to have SMT on or hyperthreading on. I have it off because it generally reduces microstuttering and stuttering. It will reduce performance depending on the game. But for the most part, it will help alleviate microstuttering. However, if you have a 6-core or 8-core processor, I generally would not suggest you turn off SMT or hyperthreading, not microstuttering, SMT or hyperthreading. Anyways, what's going to happen here is if you have SMT on, you have 24, for my case, 24 virtual cores, even though I have a 12-core processor, because it takes each core and splits it into 2. The problem with that is sometimes the OS will load up a core with more than it can handle because it increases your overall throughput, your overall amount of information that will be put through your CPU. In the case of gaming, we don't really care as much about throughput as we care about latency. And latency starts mattering a lot, and that's where you get the weird hiccups and nuances that really fuck you over in games. So I turn off core count. Anyways, if if my overall CPU utilization is at 100%, if I had SMT on, if I had 24 cores here because SMT is on, that would mean it would be at 50% because it's doubling the amount of cores. You don't gain cores. It gives you virtual cores, which can sometimes be more or less efficient. And Windows isn't always intelligent on how it loads up the cores. Even if it tries to be, sometimes it doesn't always do that. But anyways, if you're sitting at 60% utilization across all your cores with SMT on, that means you're using more than your processor actually has for processing power. And that means that you're basically over the threshold where your CPU is getting overloaded. Now, further breaking this down, some games are more thread heavy on 1 or 2 threads, on 1 or 2 cores, and you'll see like my core 0 and my core 1 sitting at like 95% utilization, and my other cores not being used much because it's not a very well multi-threaded game, right? But this furthermore is stipulated when you have multiple cores, either you have SMT on or hyperthreading on. This gets complicated. When you have hyperthreading on, you're going to see CPU 0 and 1, which will be one core. Once again, it's split. CPU 0 and 1, which are not 2 different cores. They're one core that's split in 2. And you're going to see it sitting at like maybe 60% utilization, where it has like most of the utilization on core 0 or virtual core 0, and a little bit on like core 1, which will be part of the same core, and virtual core 1. And it'll look like it's only using like 60% of your processor, but it's actually using more than 100% of a single core. And as such, you're basically already at a CPU bottleneck. You have to look at it. You'd have to look at the graphs to see it. But for instance, in your case, if you're saying 10%, if I'm sitting at 10% utilization and it's all on one core, I have 12 cores, right? So that means it might be loading up one core. Well, it'd actually have to be 2 cores, right? What's 100 divided by 12? It's like 8. Yeah, it's like a little over 8. So if I'm sitting at like 10% utilization on 12 core processor, actually more than that. Yeah. So if I'm at 10% utilization on 12 core processor and they're all on one core and then another core, you could have like 100% utilization on core 0 and with SMT off, 100% utilization on core 0, and then core 1, and this is just a hypothetical example, core 1 could be sitting at like 20%. And obviously I'm just completely thread bound on core 0, and it doesn't matter what all the cores are doing because they aren't doing anything, right? So regardless of what your overall CPU utilization looks like, you have to look at the graphs. You can't just go, oh, I'm sitting at 10% utilization, because 10% doesn't tell you what all the cores are doing. Right here you can see core 6. This is YouTube. I have a couple cores that I use for Chrome. This one, and I believe these 2. I use 4 cores for it. And you can see the load sitting here, even though it says I'm at 6%, it's not evenly distributed across all my cores. This one's loaded up much more than the other ones. So it doesn't tell you much. That's why you always have to look at your graphs here. And then if you have SMT on, you have to divide it basically by 2. And if you're over 50%, that means your core is being overloaded. But at the same time, that can be a good or bad thing. If you have a low-end processor, that's a good thing, because that means you're getting more utilization out of your processor. But if you're at like if you have a high-end processor, generally speaking, like a 10-core, 8-core, depends on the game for the 8-core, a 12-core processor, whatever, 16 cores. If you have SMT on, that might not be a good thing if one core is getting loaded up more, where it could distribute threads to other cores if it was actually given the opportunity. And just Windows is just being dumb. So it's complicated. This is very complicated. I understand if your eyes just glazed over, but it's not just clear cut as like looking at my utilization rate here and going, oh, 6%. And because, depending on how the threads are split up, it could completely change whether or not you're bottlenecked on your CPU or not. And then it gets even weirder than that, where you have different performances for different cores, E cores and P cores in Intel's case, and which was 12,000 series as well. And in the case of Ryzen, you have cores that will actually clock higher than other cores, depending on which ones you're talking about. But yeah, it's not just the utilization number.
Under an all-core workload, the 1300K pushed home
Oh,
system
500 watts. Oh, buddy.
And 93 watts. And remember, that's with the GPU doing nothing. This is primarily CPU load. And that means when factoring in the entire system load, the 1300K consumed almost 40% more power than the 7950X, which isn't great given it was also slower, around 12% slower in this test. So while the 1200K was
it's actually looking a little bit like you could actually utilize a 1200 watt GPU or 1200 watt power supply. That's pretty insane.
I looked at some power scaling. So what we're doing here is power limiting the 1300K, and then running the Cinebench R23
Oh,
multi-core
looking at
pass 3
efficiency.
times and reporting
I
the
actually
average
talked about
result.
this in the
So as
7000
you can see,
series
from 65 watts up to
reviews.
around 300 watts, we see fairly consistent scaling, with the package power maxing out at just shy
He's
of
looking for an
300 watts.
efficiency.
Putting that data into context is the Ryzen 9 7950X, which has a much more aggressive curve as
Could
we
break
raise
this
from
down
65
into
watts up to about
ratios or efficiency
125
numbers, like
watts.
taking wattage and
With both
dividing by
CPUs
the
limited to just
score, or
65
score
watts,
divided by
the
wattage. I forgot
7950X
which
was
direction it is.
33%
Depends on what you
faster,
want to read it
but
by.
we saw that margin climb as high as
Watts per
56%,
score,
seeing when power limiting both parts to
what 1 watt is
115
in
watts.
the score.
The key takeaway here being that the 7950X hits peak performance at around 175 watts, which makes sense given that it is a 170 watt part. The 13900K on the other hand, that required around 300 watts, maxing out at 305 watts.
Efficiency would
That
be a better
means
way to
for
look at
peak
this, like
performance, the
score
Core
per
i9
watt.
consumed 74% more power, and for the same score of 38,000 points, the 1300K still used 70% more power.
Break down
Now,
to a number.
using the MSI Core Liquid S360 360mm liquid cooler, the 13900K peaked at TJ max, so 100 degrees Celsius. Obviously, that's very hot, and while only 5 degrees hotter than Zen 4 CPUs, the results are far worse than what we saw with AMD's Ryzen 7000 series.
They
The reason
overclock the
being that
stuff, you know, their
unlike a
chips,
part
guys.
such as the Ryzen 9 7950X, the 13900K actually thermal throttles after just a few seconds. I've tried multiple high-end IOs, even premium 420mm models, and the results are all much the
Undervolt
same.
would probably be a huge
Whereas
deal here.
initially the 13900K operated at an all-core clock frequency of around 5.4 GHz, that frequency does continue to drop, leveling out at just 5.2 GHz with the Core
And we'll be
Liquid
curious what a
S360
DLID does
in
this,
a
like
21-degree
Devour did
room
with the
inside a well-ventilated
7000
case.
series.
So with a very capable CPU cooler, performance is still compromised, thermal throttling occurs, and temperatures are alarmingly high. And to give you an idea of just how impractical the 13900K is, here's a direct comparison with the 1200K.
Impractical.
Previously
Impractical would mean you can't just plug it into an outlet and it works, right? Impractical would mean, oh, I'm running into a scenario where my batteries are dying. Power efficiency matters a lot when you're talking about mobile, right? But when you plug it into the magical the wall outlet that just feeds you power as long as you're willing to pay your power bill, not so much. And most people do not run Cinebench 24/7, 365. So it's not really much of a case there when you make an argument for saving a couple dollars per year or something.
Well, too impractical, and instead often opted for the 12700K. Anyway, using the Core Liquid S360, it took 6 minutes and 15 seconds for the 1200K to hit TJ max, resulting in thermal throttling. So while far from ideal, for short burst workloads and gaming, the 1200K is mostly fine with a decent cooler. The 13900K though, it took a mere 17 seconds to hit TJ max, resulting in thermal throttling at a package power of 303 watts. Absolutely absurd, and there's very few cooling solutions that will keep this thing from hitting TJ max, and none of them will be even remotely practical. Now, when the Zen 4 CPUs first arrived, I saw quite a few comments along the lines of, why did Intel get so much flack for high temperatures? Because when AMD does it, it's just okay, whatever, 95 degrees Celsius is fine. Now, the reason for this is simple. Zen 4 CPUs didn't suffer from thermal throttling, and power consumption wasn't insane.
They're made to gracefully clock down and always sit. It's basically the equivalent of overclocking, where Intel's doing it and it's just running into a CPU that's going to bounce down your CPU. When AMD does it, it's more graceful and is designed essentially to run at thermal throttling.
And this really should be the focus, not operating temperatures. Illustrating this point very clearly is this comparison between the 13900K and 7950X, both using the Arctic Liquid Freezer 2 120mm AIO liquid cooler. Now, you wouldn't pair either of these CPUs with a mere 120mm AIO, but with the 7950X you could, and still receive performance that's comparable to what's been shown in this very video. When using the very best coolers, the 7950X maintains an all-core frequency of 5.1 GHz, and with the 120mm AIO installed, that frequency dropped by a mere 2% to 5 GHz. The 13900K on the other hand, that dropped from 5.2 GHz to 4.8 GHz, and that's a more significant 8% decline in operating frequency while also running 5 degrees hotter. So it's very likely in a warmer environment, so not a 21-degree room, that these results would look even worse for the 13900K. Now, while I had the 120mm AO installed, I decided to have a quick look at thermals and power in gaming. Please ignore the core clocks on this one, as it is just an average, so the 13900K is including the lower clocked E-cores.
Yeah, so it's not even
In
anywhere
Cyberpunk
close to max load
2077, the
when you're gaming.
13900K generally saw package power hovering between
And
170
how often do you game
and
per day?
180
6
watts,
hours if you're
and
like a
regular
hardcore
thermal
gamer or
throttling was
something.
detected despite the
So an
package
extra 20
temperature
watts,
sitting
it's
at
not going
around
to matter.
90 degrees.
40.
Still very hot when gaming, but not quite at TJ max. Meanwhile, under the same test conditions, the 7950X drew between 140 and 145 watts, and there was no thermal throttling detected at any point during our testing, and hotspot temperatures were between 77 and 79 degrees, so a much cooler running CPU there when gaming. Here's a quick look at IPC performance in games. So here I've fixed both the 1200K and 13900K at 5 GHz with the E-cores disabled. I'm also using the same DDR5 6400 memory on the same motherboard, using the same timings with the same graphics card and CPU cooling. In short, the 13900K was just 4% faster on average. So if you were to overclock the 1200K to the same frequency as the 1300K, you'd for the most part receive a similar level of gaming performance. Productivity with E-cores enabled would be a totally different story, but I was mostly just interested in the gaming for this comparison. Something else I was interested in is how strong the integrated memory controller is. And while I can't really speak to this unanimously, as we only have a single CPU, the fact that our 4 modules worked flawlessly is a very positive sign, as this was something that almost all 1200K CPUs had issues with. So preliminary testing does indicate that DDR5 support has indeed improved with the 13th gen. Now for a look at cost per frame, and we'll start with the cost of just the CPU. With
Good guy sitting here. But also not super fantastic dollar for... Oh, this doesn't
12th
include
gen and
the
AM4
system, does it?
CPUs dropping in price, the 1300K doesn't look great here, though it is considerably better than the 7950X, which really isn't a very good value gaming CPU. Ideally, if you're going with Zen 4 for gaming, you'd want to purchase something like the 7700X, and when just comparing CPU prices, the 8-core Zen 4 CPU is considerably better value than the 13900K, delivering 36% more value. That said, for those of you doing a full system or
There
platform
you go.
upgrade, the price to performance analysis can look quite
800X 3D guys sitting on top. Want that V cache?
different. Now, please note that the DDR4 3600CL14 memory used for testing all DDR4 configurations is quite expensive at $230 US, and it's possible to purchase Sweet Spot CL16 stuff for around $100, which is a huge difference. The problem is, I can only test so many configurations, so while 3600 CL16 is certainly the sweet spot, some will complain that that's too slow and is therefore holding back configurations using it. Anyway, the pricing and FPS data is all here, so rather than complain about
Gamers
a
Nexus doesn't
situation
do
where
cost
I
per frame.
obviously can't please
Cost per frame,
everyone,
guys, first time I
spend the
saw it
time you
was
waste in
Tech
the comments
Report.
box
I'm going to
making
source
your
that
own
Tech Report
calculations.
in
Now that I've
2000s.
got that little disclaimer out of the way,
And very important,
let's
by the
take
way,
a
for
look
most people
at these
purchasing a
rough
system is how much they're going to
calculations.
spend,
Again,
right?
DDR4 pricing
So
is
stuff like
based
this really matters.
32GB,
And then you can even
3600
make a
CL4
comparison where you're looking at overall performance. 5800X3 obviously doing really good. And then overall performance and then how much it scales up per dollar. And you don't even see a better option for 5800X3D until you get up here to the 7700X, right? Yeah. And then a little bit better for the 13900K.
14 kit, and DDR5 pricing is based on
But once again, this is based on, this is all
There are some
inclusive.
cheaper DDR5 options
Where it
here,
includes a
but
bunch of games
be
and a
aware
bunch of
the
different
timings
things.
aren't quite as good as the
You're
stuff
testing
I
that you
use,
might
and
not do the
therefore
same thing.
Performance data won't necessarily be the same. The AM4 board pricing uses the Asus X570 Tough Gaming, as this is a high-end CPU review, so comparing the 13900K on a fully featured board to, say, the 5800X3D on a budget B550 board, it isn't exactly a fair comparison. But again, if B550 makes more sense to you, then please do recalculate. It's the same situation with AM5. I'm using an X670E board, as B650 pricing isn't much better yet, and this is still a high-end CPU review, as I've mentioned. Then for 12th and 13th gen, you can get a good quality Z690 board for around $180 when shopping for DDR4, or $200 for DDR5. With all of those figures punched in, we see that the DDR5 configuration for the 1300K is slightly better than the DDR4 version when factoring in the CPU, memory, and motherboard costs, but really there's not much in it. Again, for a premium high-end build, I think it's fair to say at this point you would opt for DDR5. That said, if you do opt for DDR5, I feel like the Ryzen 7 7700X is clearly the better value option. And really, the only way for the 13900K to match it would be to opt for $100 DDR4 memory, but without tuning, performance will decline. And tuning the memory will improve the value, but then you could also tune the DDR5 memory used by the 7700X, and at that point it just becomes a bit of an arms race. Basically, when it comes to value, the 13900K is bad, but if you want the absolute best out-of-the-box gaming performance, then I guess this is it. To say I'm disappointed with the Core i9 13900K would be a bit of an understatement.
I don't think I wasn't expecting the 13,000 series to be that much better than the 12,000 series. Intel has the TikTok strategy, right, where they do optimizing performance for their processors, then they do a big push for performance like every other gen. So the 13,000 series was supposed to be more of just like a tweaking and performance uplift over the 12,000 series rather than just a completely new processor. AMD generally just does completely new processors for the most part between their generations. Yeah. So it's not really going to be the same.
It all looked quite good, really, until we glanced over those power consumption figures and realized that it was trying to use more power than a high-end graphics card. I'm really not sure what else to say about this one. The 1200K was already a bit ridiculous in my opinion, so I guess that makes the 13900K completely absurd. The fact that with a quality 360mm AIO installed, this thing hits TJ Max in a 21-degree room in under 20 seconds, it's a bad joke. I even tried the massive Arctic Liquid Freezer 2 420mm AIO in the hope that it could tame the 13900K. I think we almost made 20 seconds before hitting TJ Max, so needless to say, it didn't really help. It's really no surprise that the 13900K is as horrible on power and thermals as it is, given what we'd already seen previously with the 12900K, so short of a node shrink, there's really nothing Intel could have done here. Now, when I reviewed AMD's Zen 4 CPUs, I told you to wait until Intel's 13th gen arrived before buying anything.
Wait for the Vcache.
So now that we've seen what the high-end has to offer from Intel, what should you do? It really
Wait for
depends
the
on what you're
Vcache.
after, I guess, but if it's high-end gaming performance, then I'd go with the Ryzen 7 7700X, though I'd probably try and hold out a bit longer in the hope that DDR5 memory and AM5 motherboard pricing drops off a little. Still, for those building a new PC, investing a little extra in AM5 will almost certainly pay off, just as it did for AM4 owners. Intel's 13th gen, on the other hand, is at the end of the road. Any investment in a 700 series motherboard, or a 600 series motherboard for that matter, it won't see a single upgrade beyond this point. Alternatively, if the goal is high-end CPU performance while saving every last dollar, then I think the 5800X 3D is a seriously compelling option at $400. You'll also see similar performance with Sweet Spot 3600 CL16 memory, so that means the platform cost could be as low as $680, making the cost per frame 26% less than that of the 7700X. Again, the 5800X 3D is on a dead platform, but at least in this instance, you are saving a huge chunk of change, and that easily offsets the disadvantage.
Why don't they talk about
and
the
same,
Vcache model?
unfortunately, cannot be said for the Core i9 processors.
Did they just do it?
Than that of 3D code. Any investment in a 700 series motherboard, or a 600 series motherboard for that matter, it won't see a single upgrade beyond this point. Alternatively, if the goal is high-end CPU performance while saving every last dollar, then I think the 5800X 3D is a seriously compelling option at $400.
Yeah.
You'll also see similar performance
now.
with Sweet Spot 3600 CL16
It's basically like the 7,000
that
series
means
is
the
like
platform
half
cost
released
could
because we're
be as
waiting
low
for the
as
Vcache models.
$680, making the cost per frame 26% less than that of the 7700X.
So he's saying you can buy this, but
Again,
he's
the
not saying
5800X
wait to
3D
see what
is on a dead
happens.
platform, but at least in
You'd
this
assume you'd like
instance,
talk a little
you
bit
are
about the
saving
release
a
cycle, right?
huge chunk of change, and that easily offsets the disadvantage.
Maybe
And the
he's going
same,
to?
unfortunately,
Yeah,
cannot
jumped
be
the gun.
said for the Core i9 processors. If anything, the 13900K has helped to highlight the fact that focusing solely on thermals isn't a great idea, providing, of course, that you're not seeing thermal throttling, and instead it is power consumption that really matters. In the case of the 13900K and 7950X, the AMD CPU might only run 5 degrees cooler, but that doesn't reflect the fact that power usage isn't that far away from being almost halved. Hopefully the Core i7 13700K and Core i5 13600K make more sense, as I'll be checking those parts out over the next few days, so make sure you are subscribed for that. For now, I haven't got much more else to say about the 1300K, so I think I'll leave it here, but I'm sure there'll be much more testing to come. Also, if you'd like to get more Harbour Unbox goodness, we do have Float Plane and
Okay,
Patreon.
so didn't
access to behind the scenes content.
kind of weird. It is very weird how this
live
release
streams.
cycle,
We have one of those
the
coming very
reviewers have
shortly,
basically
actually, for
almost
members.
completely
And, of course,
neglected
members
the
only
Vcache and the upcoming
awesome
Vcache models for the
place to hang out,
7000 series,
especially
which
if you're
definitely
interested in
are
tech. Anyway, that's probably enough about all that. If you're not
confirmed,
interested,
but
perfectly fine.
on
Don't hold
timelines
that
it
against
is,
you.
but not
And
so
what I would
much
like to do is
release
thank you
dates,
very much.
which is what I'm waiting for. Let's take a look at this includes the i5. Let's take a look at this. This is shorter too, since we got a general overview from GN.
Now we're reviewing the really
Hub.
interesting one, the Intel 13600K. This is a new CPU. It's about $330 or so, and the price point puts it in direct competition with AMD's R5 7600X, which we already said
it has
starts
access to
very high
DDR4
for
memory.
price point, especially when considering the total platform cost, with the motherboard and DDR5 now being required on AM5, whereas Intel, technically, you could still run it with DDR4 if you wanted to. So this one's going to be a really interesting matchup between AMD and Intel at the mid-range. Let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by Be Quiet and their Silent Wings 4 fans. The Silent Wings 4 fans market themselves as being useful on radiators, tower coolers, and cases alike. The fans have a 6-pole motor and use a fluid dynamic bearing, which helps with the noise particularly fond of for its price, and the 13600K. However, there have already been rumors for probably over a month now that AMD is thinking about dropping its prices for the Ryzen 7000 series CPUs, and if it decides to do so, it's probably in the face of competition from Intel here. So it's competition sorting itself out once again, although we'll see if it takes until CES to drop those prices. But for today, we are reviewing based on the prices that exist currently at time of filming this, one day before launch of the 13th gen CPUs, and we need to give some specs for a baseline of what this thing is. The 13600K has 6 performance cores and 8 efficient cores. That's trimmed down from the 13900K's 8 and 16 respectively. And remember, SMT or hyperthreading is not available on the E-cores. The last gen 12600K had 6 P-cores as well, but only 4 E-cores. So that's a bump in the new CPU.
I'd be kind of curious to see what kind of utilization loading Windows is doing too on the P-cores versus cores with gaming,
the rest of the Raptor Lake
which
lineup
Hub
so
didn't
far.
check out.
But max, the one that actually matters, is 181 watts. So that's a lot lower than the 13900K's 253 watt TDP. Just your regular reminder here, TDP doesn't translate directly to power consumption. It's only pretty close, but PL1 and PL2 were how the power consumption numbers differed in the past, where you had tau, or a boosting window measured in less than a minute, 52, 56 seconds or so, somewhere in that range. And that would be where you'd have the highest power draw. And once that died off, boost fell down, and the frequency stabilized, then it was down to the lower number that was commonly 95 watts or 125 or whatever it may have been. Now, though, they just boost indefinitely and hold that higher number. And, of course, that actual measured power consumption is influenced by the motherboard, by auto V-core and all of that stuff. Now, with Raptor Lake, you can still use DDR4 motherboards. You can find them online everywhere, and these are cheaper than DDR5 versions, and that means that there's a second factor here, which is motherboard cost. Z790 is part of this launch. There's no real reason why, though, you would need to use a Z790 board over Z690 or even B660 for basic functionality and stock performance. Even for extreme overclocking, we're going to be working with a Z690 board when we bring it to liquid nitrogen, which should tell you that they're fine. So B660 or Z690, they're both still very much alive, and as long as it gets a BIOS update to support the new CPUs, you'll be able to use it. The same goes for the 5800X3D, where that's a competitive chip. It's somewhere in the $400 range now, and you can use B450 if you want, X470, B550 boards without issue. And again, assuming the BIOS supports it. B650 just became available for use with Ryzen 7000. It doesn't work with the 58X3D, and while cheaper than X670, it can't bring the total cost low enough to match other budget-optimized combinations. We did some really quick work of just putting together a table with some pricing information on it for different combinations of RAM, motherboard, and CPU. So we're calling that total platform cost. This is not the most scientific or deepest dive pricing table you could make. We didn't use price ripping and scraping tools. We basically went through and we sorted by boards we thought were reasonable, matched with RAM we thought was pretty comparable between all the combinations.
Price performance ratios, guys.
For the cheapest reasonable price to get into one of these platforms.
Price per frame?
In other words,
did we just talk about this?
Probably do it cheaper But
9 years of experience, by the way.
And this table gives you an idea for the 13600.
9 years of experience, by the way. It's at the beginning of the video. They show it to you. Oh, God. It's like when every time True says he has 5 years of experience playing Dead by Daylight, and he only started doing strategic camping and strategic hooks, the last 2 months. But 5 years of experience, 9 years of experience here. Yeah.
K, B660, 16 gig of memory at DDR4. You're at $475. It is slower memory though, and DDR5 is starting to show benefit. But if you really need to chop costs somewhere, and maybe you care more about GPU performance and want to spend your money there, this is an option. 32 gigabytes, of course, brings it up a bit. 58X3D is also relatively competitive with the 13600K with DDR4 option. But you look at the 7600X,
an
and
extra
the price
$50
gets
for the
blown out of
board.
the water. And to be clear,
So for some reason, same memory, but actually no, the 13600. I think this is $400, isn't it? So this might be $50.
you look at the 7600X, and the pricing gets blown out of the water. And to be clear, that $600 option that
They don't show you the cost per
7600X,
part.
that's with pretty bad memory. Like, it'll actually hurt the performance. So you're closer to the 650 plus mark for a 7600X platform. Okay, enough of the basics. Let's get into some benchmarking. We'll look at power, production tests, gaming, all that stuff. And keep in mind that the 13600K is most interesting for it's actually really close to max performance it can get with the much better power envelope than the 13900K. Let's start with power consumption, because this is one of the more interesting aspects of the 13600K. In an all-core workload in Blender, we measure the power at the EPS 12-volt cables. This isolates the results to basically just the CPU and doesn't include total system draw. Intel's 13600K pulled 161 watts, which is 40 watts more than we saw in the last generation i5 12600K, and functionally the same as the 12700K. And that one had 2 more P cores, but 4 fewer E cores than the 30. Imagine how much energy it takes to complete an equivalent amount of work between all these CPUs. Our control is the amount of work produced, rendering this frame in Blender, and the variables are time and power. Intel's i5 13600K plotted centrally here, right alongside the i7 12700KF. It's actually a great position compared to last generation, you're next to an i7, but it's not the chart leader. No one is approaching the 5950X in efficiency just yet. That's still the true king here. It's certainly far better, though, than the 13900K. The 13900K is plotted correctly in this one. In our previous video, we had one charting error out of the, 30 or something charts. One mistake where we already detailed the correction. We linked it below if you're curious what the notes are for it. But in this setup, it's all positioned correctly. The 13600K proves that Intel is blasting the power on the 139 to really try and max out the last few percentage points of performance. It's expected for Halo products, but for something like an i5, it's not, and it's behaving better here. The 13600K ends up more efficient than AMD's R5 7600X in this one, so it is finally outpacing AMD in power efficiency, and specifically, it's doing it between the 2 newest gen CPUs from AMD and from Intel at about the same price class. So in that regard, Intel is in a bit of an advantaged position here for the i5 versus the R5 in power efficiency. Okay, getting into the game. So most of the games we ran were with the 3090 Ti. There are a couple where that's starting to become GPU bound. And so for those, we reran with the 4090 with just the 4 most immediate relevant CPUs that we sort of pulled out of the CPU closet. And we'll be eventually running all of these tests with the 4090, but this will get us started for now. So let's look at some of the games. We'll start with 3090 Ti numbers. We'll start with CSGO at 1080p, where the 13600K establishes itself as functionally equal to the 12900K and 20% faster than the 12600K, which shows good generational improvement over Alder Lake, or the 12th gen CPUs. The closest current gen AMD CPU is the Ryzen 7600X, barely outperforming the 13600K for $30 less and is strictly the cost of the CPU. Remember though that the total platform cost should be taken into account as well. Now, lows of the 7600X and the 13600K are within error of each other. CSGO has a very wide range for low results, and that's indicated by the bars on the chart. The 13600K also falls short of the 13900K, which beats it by 15%. That's in an entirely different price class though, with the 139 at $600+. Put simply, that means the 13600K gets 87% of the performance of the 139 for 55% of the price. And another way to look at this would be that you could get a 13600K with 32 gigabytes of DDR4 and a motherboard for about $95 less than the price of just the 13900K at $600. We'd also like to point out the 5800X 3D here. It's very popular. It's a competitive CPU at $400 right now. The 13600K took a relatively small 7% lead over it. Moving to 1440p in CSGO shows that we're highly CPU bound and scaling is intact throughout the stack. We want that kind of bind for showing the best scaling between CPUs. As you move up in resolution or play games that rely more on the GPU, the scaling becomes less pronounced, or it's totally wiped out, like when playing games at 4K for modern games and you become GPU bound.
Or in the future when you get a 5090 and then all of a sudden your GPU bottleneck disappears.
Things are starting to look good though for the value of the 13600K here, but we need to check out some other games that load the CPU differently. The Final Fantasy 13600K here.
These 0.1% numbers, guys, are hideous, by the way. These are really bad. Look at that shit. There on the 7950. Why is the 7950 so bad compared to the 7700X? That's ridiculous. Look at that. It's probably, like, you could almost put a complete dot on it, but it's probably Windows Scheduler just fucking up the thread placement on what cores it's using.
But we need to check out some other games that load the CPU differently. The Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker benchmark isn't representative of online performance necessarily, but it shows us
None of the
scaling
benchmarks
in
are.
this game, even if the absolute numbers are a bit higher. The 13600K sits under the top spot on the chart with an error of the 12900K and higher than all of the Ryzen 7000 CPUs.
Overclocking is basically dead, by the way.
It's
It's like normal overclocking where you get more performance for your dollar is basically dead,
way
unfortunately.
ahead, showing that we aren't GPU bound on most or all of this chart with a 14% lead. Owners of the older Zen 1 parts like the R7 1700 might want to consider an upgrade. The jump here would be noticeable. But that's not so for 12th gen owners, of course. Gen over gen, the 12600K is getting beaten by 16% on the 13600K, but that's obviously not a difference we'd recommend upgrading over if you're on Alder Lake i5s already. In Rainbow Six Siege, the 13600K lands in the upper section of the chart, performing similarly to all of the Ryzen 7000 CPUs and the 58X 3D at average FPS, with marginally better 1% lows. The Ryzen 7000 parts are hitting a hard wall at about 607 plus or minus a bit FPS average, and that's either due to memory behavior on the CPUs or maybe driver overhead processing the communication with the GPU. We'd have to research it more, but Intel's ceiling is split here and a little bit higher in this one. The 13900K holds a slight lead here of about 3%, but since we're talking about over 600 FPS at this point for average, it really doesn't matter. Some people will think it matters.
Oh, please.
But it
Please,
doesn't.
Mr. 60 Hertz. Please, your eyes can't see better than 60 Hertz. You could suck my dick. This is the claim old as time itself until you realize that something else is just, like, the feelings you're feeling has some sort of impact on the actual game. Your eyes can't see over 60 Hertz anyways.
Maybe at a pro level, but probably still not really. So the performance
By the way, I just hate when anyone downplays something as like a definitive opinion on a subjective matter. That really pisses me off when you have people talking about stuff in kind of like an open, free thinking sort of manner, like, you know, something could matter, so maybe we should take it seriously. But then there's other people like, nah, there's no way that you can see higher than 60 Hertz, so why would it matter in the first place? When anyone that went from 60 Hertz, that's why it's a meme, anyone that went from 60 to 120 Hertz monitor very likely noticed a difference, and most players going from 120 to 240. But not as pronounced as 60 to 120 was. That's why it was absurd when people... I literally fought with people on forums about that in the 90s, in the early O's when it was happening, the late O's, not early O's. And it was like 2007, I want to say. Yeah, I was fighting with people on forums about that shit. 60 to 120.
Going from 615 to
It doesn't
635
matter.
FPS, it feels the same. We're somewhat constrained in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, where the 13600K ties with the 12900K and the 7600X, but comes out ahead of the 12600K.
Or whenever anyone
by
shows up with a
15%
definitive opinion on
proportionally
subjective
better
matter,
loads.
just, yeah.
We reran this test using a 4090 as well to lift some of that ceiling and that constraint and gain a clearer picture of CPU performance. So let's look at that. In the 4090 chart shown here, the scaling is significantly improved. Clearly the top CPUs had more room to breathe than the previous test with the 3090 Ti, which was a very expensive card, allowed for. The 13900K was only 4% ahead of the 13600K in the last chart, but that has now turned into a 17% gap with the GPU constraint removed. The 13900K gained 45 FPS average, moving from the 3090 Ti to the 4090, but the 13600K only gained 9 FPS average. Likewise, the 7950X outperforms the 136 by 15%, where the previous test it was only ahead by about 4%. Back to the 3090 Ti bench, our 1440p results reinforce how dependence on graphics horsepower for some games can erase differences even between this wide range of CPUs.
Medium 1440p, guys. Good job testing a GPU bottleneck. My applause, Steve. By the way, a lot of people still play at 1080p. Even if you want to say that resolution's dead, a lot of people still play at 1080p. Myself included, because they have a high refresh rate monitor.
Because everything above an i3-12100F is basically capped by the GPU at some point in the benchmark here. Switching to the 4090, the hard cap is gone. Not quite no cap.
No cap.
Okay.
No capping.
But results are significantly freed up here. The scaling at 1440p isn't quite as strong as it was at 1080p when using the 4090. The 13900K here is only 11% faster than the 13600K, and that's down from 17% at 1080p. AMD's 7900X only leads the i5 by 3%, and that is down from an 8% advantage at 1080. If you run Tomb Raider with 1440p for the resolution or higher on anything lower end than a 4090, you will not notice a difference between the two. In Far Cry 6, the 13600K takes second place at 184 FPS average, trailing the 13900K's 196 FPS average. The 13600K has better lows than the 139 in this one, and that's something we explored and explained in our 13900K review. You can check that one out for more detail, specifically what's going on here, but we'll have another chart that helps too. The 13600K also beats all of the Ryzen offerings shown here.
I believe Hub didn't test Far Cry, by the way. So once again, when you look at like an over-encompassing benchmark at the end where it has a bunch of different numbers on it, where they average out all the games, and then you have a game like this that really kind of, this is why it's important to test 1%, 0.1%, by the way, really kind of showcases things are kind of fucked up.
It is close to the 13600K.
This strike contention is probably some sort of fucked up issue with thread scheduler in Windows.
The 12600K is pretty good here. It's about 20%, 19% specifically. So 13600K, at least generationally, has a large gap, but obviously not worth making a jump from Alder Lake. Here's another rerun with the 4090, still at 1080p. The 13900K pulls ahead now to take a 9% lead over the 13600K, and the gap between the i5 and the 7900X and 7950X has shrunken by a few percentage points. The biggest change we see by testing the 4090 in Far Cry 6 is actually lower and more consistent frame times, eliminating the poor lows that we saw in the 139 and the 7950X previously. As for why that happens, we think this is due to basically how the CPU was tripping over the bottleneck previously. We've seen this in games before, where as you run up against that bottleneck or that limitation by the GPU or whatever else is limiting the system, the frame times can actually start to drop in their consistency despite being maxed out for average. Our final gaming test is Cyberpunk 2077 at 1080p with the 4090. We skipped the 3090 Ti for this one. The 13600K tested ahead of the 7900X by 9%, again positioning the AM5 in a disadvantaged spot for value comparisons. The 13900K also has limited value in gaming-only tasks like this one, where it only outperforms the 13600K by 9%. The extra money saved by not buying a 13900K could go into a better GPU, better case, or maybe more storage, but there are benefits in production applications for a 139 at least. We'll kick off our production section with Blender, where we time the completion of a custom GN logo render. Results are in minutes, lower is better here. The 13600K completed the render in 10.7 minutes, which is at 26% less time than the 12600K, thanks to higher clocks and more E-cores. AMD's relevant comparisons get buried here, with the 7600X getting led by 32% and the 5800X 3D getting led by even more. We used to commonly recommend Ryzen 8 and 12 core CPUs for users who specifically mix a little bit of production with a lot of gaming. But the 13600K is stealing that spotlight by offering major advantages in production where i5s previously were weaker. The 12600K, for instance, required 14.4 minutes, so the 13600K cuts its render time
by 26% is workstation stuff
generationally. You'd have to step up to a 7900X in order to gain a significant
productivity workloads.
But you'd be paying over
We're gonna skip ahead.
And we'll cram as many quick numbers in here as we can because we know a lot of you jump forward. So overall, we think it's good value for gaming. It is very strong value in production, especially because the efficiency looks good. And the 13900K just sets the wrong tone, really, for the 13th gen, where because Intel is pumping as much power into it as they can to try and hold that top rank in the charts desperately against AMD, it makes the whole architecture look like it's just power hungry and inefficient. That's not actually entirely true, because you look at stuff like this CPU and suddenly it's a lot more competitive. Quick reference numbers for you, just recapping. So CSGO, the 7600X was faster. It was about 5% ahead of the 13600K. In Rainbow Six, we saw those two CPUs were roughly tied. And Far Cry 6, we saw that the 13600K was about...
Compared to hardware, this is why we use two different websites, guys, or two different tech tubers. Compared to Hardware Unbox, these guys test, regardless of how much experience he talks about and how much he likes talking a lot, and how much he talks of stuff they do in their testing methodology, at the end of the day, they only test like 6 games. And then they do like 3 with ray tracing. That's absurd. That is fucking absurd. Like, they focus, in my opinion, they're focusing on the wrong things. Like, they're doing, like, CPU die, like, pressure testing, and like, heat loading, and all, like, transients, all sorts of weird shit. And then at the end of the day, like, they're kind of, it feels like they're lacking on the actual hardware benchmarking, and where Hardware Unbox tends to pick it up. Which is kind of weird considering they're definitely much more popular than Hardware Unbox is, right? But once again, people aren't. Elias Tech Tips is more popular than all these guys, but popularity doesn't imply that they're actually good at what they do. It's one of the problems I definitely have with Gamers Nexus. Gamers Nexus, playing that side, Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unbox are the 2 best tech tubers on YouTube, in my opinion. So still worth looking at.
Which is very powerful in that game. Final Fantasy XIV, the 13600K had a 12% lead over the 7600X. And in Cyberpunk 2077, the 13600K was 5% faster than the 7950X. In production work, the numbers for Blender were good. The 13600K was 32% faster or less time to render than a 7600X. Chromium, it was about 33% faster than the 76X. But then you look at Adobe Photoshop, and they were closer to tied or just about tied. So this is also the last chance for a new DDR4 build if you want to get one at the end here, or more likely, if you want to carry some memory over from a previous build and really cut down your cost to build a new system. For Intel at this point, they're now competing in value, which is not something they've historically done. So good job to AMD for kicking Intel in the ass enough over the last 4 years to start competing in value and not just market on the Halo products. But AMD now is the one that's kind of out of value. They don't have anything truly low end at the moment. Intel's got the i3-12100F, extremely good value for what it does, and AMD is just not fighting there. So platform cost is significantly in Intel's favor. Just from
and
the
they're
quick
testing all
numbers we ran
synthetic
earlier,
benchmarks. Well, not all
and
synthetic benchmarks.
It's looking
They're
like
testing
the 13 series
built-in
makes a
benchmarks,
strong
which are
case
even
for a
worse.
high-end gaming machine
And then
on
no
just the
multiplayer
i5.
benchmarks, obviously.
So we're back to that era of an i5 is enough for gaming, and we don't really have a strong reason to suspect that.
That's what happens when you test GPU bottlenecks, guys. Good job on the 1440p result. Bravo, bravo. No future-looking results here. So if you get a 5090, which I assume is never going to happen because NVIDIA is not going to make any more GPUs, but if you buy a 5090 in 2 years from now, you might be considering what higher-end performance looks like that's not bottlenecked on your older 13900K. But, you know, no one upgrades, so it's not a worry. It's just all that matters is today's performance right now.
Versus 4 and 8. You don't really suspect that game engines will change that significantly, that you're going to just have horrible performance in a couple years or anything like that. This looks like it'll be a pretty long-standing CPU for gaming performance. Now, as usual, this doesn't make a lot of sense as a drop-in upgrade for, say, like...
Once again, there's a reason that Nantech tests
the CPUs
360p.
Are really good as they are.
So.
You don't need a 13 series unless you really hate the system you have now. In that case, it might not be the right solution anyway. So that'll wrap it for this one. 13600K is pretty competitive. Looks far better in efficiency than the 139.
Curiously, what are 3080s running right now? Oh my god, I should be doing uploads right now.
Or get some
fuck me.
cheaper, but that's not really fully in AMD's control.
I'm listening to the videos, guys.
It'll be a really interesting market in the next few months. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersaccess.net to help out our in-depth testing directly, because this type of stuff takes weeks of input from the team to put together. So thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. We'll see you all next time.
He has a bunch of people on his team too, so it's not like he couldn't just have a bunch of people testing shit. And then you can iron out your benchmarks before the new CPU comes out, so you're ready to go. Just drop that shit in. Yeah. After the fact, all about min-maxing your not production line, workflow. There we go. What I was looking for. Good. Ooh, I do want to. Oh, okay. I do want to take a look at Rings of Power finale. It was pretty fucking hilarious. I do want to take a look at that. Let's see. Shit, what's it gonna do? Oh, 3,080 prices. Do you think they're below 475, guys? Let's find out. First, 3,080. What are you at on a Thursday night? Week after launch of the 4,000 series. $490. So it's hovering around 480 shipping. So it's definitely dropped $25, but that's not a lot. The floodgates have not opened yet, guys. If they are, they're all priced really expensive. The amount of listings has definitely went up, but they're all really expensive. Curious. I do want to take a look at Rings of Power here, though. What a great series it wasn't, by the way. What a great series it wasn't. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Wash my coffee cup out, too. Guess what I got, guys? Some Pepsi Mango. Oh my god. Rings of Power. I can't wait to hear the rant.
You know, after the disastrous penultimate episode of Rings of Power that somehow made Galadriel even less...
It was pretty bad. We talked about how bad it was. My favorite one was opening the reservoir causes the volcano to explode. But, you know, let's continue.
Than before, teased the deaths of characters that anyone with even the most basic knowledge of Lord of the Rings knows are absolutely not dead, unmasked the not hobbits as a group of murderous psychopaths, demonstrated that Númenóreans have the ability to teleport anywhere on Middle-earth within a matter of hours, gave us an origin story for Mount Doom, and whatever the fuck these things are meant to be. I figured I'd pretty much said all I had to say about this ridiculous shit show. I mean, really, at this point, how much lower could it possibly sink? How much more damage could it do to Tolkien's legacy? It would be like bulldozing the burned out remains of a gutted building that insurance inspectors couldn't quite prove was intentionally set on fire. So imagine my shock when I was happily vacationing in New York City, doing my best to avoid the plague-carrying hobos and those weird drain covers that are always belching clouds of foul smell and steam, like there's a fucking undiscovered volcano beneath Manhattan Island, when I finally caught the season finale.
Come back to me, Galadriel. Look at me!
Good
Yep.
fucking god.
Never
Just
saw
when
that
I think
coming.
The show's finally hit rock bottom. There it goes, digging ever deeper into the inky darkness of creative oblivion. Well, it seems they've awoken their very own drunken Balrog with this one, and I'm here to spread fiery destruction over the Rings of Power one last time before I go back to sleep. So the story, if you can even call it that, picks up with nobody's favourite character, Galadriel, who arrives in Eregion with a badly injured not Sauron after riding there for 6 days and nights so that he can get medical treatment. Wow, he's survived a hard ride over rough terrain in all kinds of weathers with a badly infected wound for 6 days.
Yeah,
and
and he
nobody
walked
thinks
around
that's
like it wasn't
slightly
even-
suspicious.
It walked around like he wasn't even sick when he got out of that tent. It was fucking obnoxious.
Anyway, wouldn't you know it, he quickly recovers off screen within a matter of hours because the writers don't know what the fuck they're doing, and he's just in time to help Celebrimbor with a thorny little problem. You remember Celebrimbor, don't you? The master metal worker of all the elves, a man with thousands of years experience in every possible kind of craftsmanship, who's already forgotten more about forging metal than any human could ever possibly learn. Well, keep that one in mind because it'll be important in a minute. See, his problem is that he wants to use the mithril discovered by the dwarves to make something that will reverse the decline of elvish magic in Middle-earth. But after discovering it, Durin's father shut down the mine, so they started digging again, and then Durin's father shut down the mine again, and then everyone got the huff, and Elrond was only allowed to take a small sample away with him. Fucking genius writing on this show, by
Yeah, that was also at the beginning of the series, by the way.
way. We definitely haven't been going in circles for the past 7 episodes. But wait a minute, I thought the point of mithril in this show was that it had to be in close proximity to the elves to reverse their decline, which is why they needed huge amounts of it.
Yep.
The point in forging it into one single object that can only
Yep.
ever be in one place at a time? Is it supposed to be like some kind of TV transmitter broadcasting good vibes to all of elfdom?
Uh-huh.
The point is, there's not enough mithril to work into a usable object, but luckily, not Sauron shows up just in time to suggest alloying it with other metals to increase its effectiveness. Oh my goodness, you'd think Celebrimbor of all people would have been familiar with the idea of combining metals together to produce stronger alloys, but not here of course, because a character's only ever as smart as the person writing them.
Yep.
So anyway, the elven smiths get to work, and wouldn't you know it, not Sauron is right there with them, because suddenly he's equally as skilled and knowledgeable as people thousands of years older than him. Wow, these elves are a trusting bunch, aren't they? I mean, this is a guy they know almost nothing about, who survived a wound that should have killed a normal man, and seems to know way more than any human should about the top secret work that's going on here. This should be a very obvious red flag that not Sauron is more than he appears to be, gentlemen. But sure, just let him into the most sensitive and important facility in your entire civilization to take part in a project on which the very survival of your species depends. Can't see this one going wrong. Anyway, now it's time to catch up with not Gandalf, who's out wandering alone in the woods when he runs into these fucking things. Seriously, I've got no idea what their bullshit made-up names are supposed to be in this show, but since they remind me of Grace from Terminator Dark Fate, from now on I'm just gonna call them androgynous things. So the androgynous things turn out to be Sauron worshippers, and they believe that not Gandalf is actually Sauron returned to Middle-earth with his memories conveniently wiped, and it's up to them to remind him of who he really is,
So originally, I didn't think he was Gandalf. I thought he was Saruman, which is like kind of, he's a convertee. Eventual convertee. He would have been a perfect candidate, by the way. Eventual convertee in Lord of the Rings. Like, he used to be good and they turned evil. So he's not necessarily, like, completely evil, and he actually had a good stint at a while. He wasn't. And at the same time, I thought, where they started talking about him like Sauron, I was like, maybe he's actually Sauron. How cool would that be, where you have a character that actually thinks he's good, but actually turns evil, and there's a tipping point where he turns evil, right? Yeah. Neither.
So he can get back to his job
Just
of conquering the
Gandalf.
worlds. And their reason for believing this and not taking any precautions that he might be someone else, or why they even support him in the first place, don't know. But it doesn't really matter anyway, because female Frodo and the not hobbits show up just in time to fight the androgynous things by throwing rocks at them. Yeah, sure, okay. But then a really confusing thing happens because they free not Gandalf from his imprisonment, but then he turns out to be really not Gandalf because he's actually one of the androgynous things in disguise, which means they must have been aware of the not hobbit's presence to have tied up one of their own mates to act as bait. So if that's the case, why didn't they just kill them right away instead of going through this elaborate time-wasting bullshit? And where did they actually put not Gandalf while all this was going on? Anyway, whatever. Androgynous things start setting everything on fire, and it looks
He's
like
just laying
the
on the ground in the
hobbits
middle of
are about
nowhere,
to
by
get
the way.
roasted alive. Finally, a plot development I can get behind. But then not Gandalf conveniently shows up anyway and blasts the androgynous things with his magical shouty voice, and then they turn into ring wraiths? Wait, how can you have ring wraiths when the rings don't actually exist yet? Or is it just because the showrunners saw the Battle of Weathertop and decided, that looks cool, let's just do that? So anyway, the androgynous things are taken care of, but oh no, Lenny Henry took a fatal injury during the battle. I mean, I assume it happened here when he took a fucking ninja blade to the gut, but then he seems totally fine for the rest of the fight, moving and fighting like he's 100%, so your guess is as good as mine on this one. Either way, I love that he gives absolutely zero fucks that he's about to die. Reminds me of David Carradine's performance in Future Force.
Easy come, easy go.
The way he delivers his lines here, he could just as easily be talking about heading down to the grocery store to pick up a 6-pack of beer.
I'm afraid I'm about to go a-wandering off-trail.
It's also extremely convenient that he wants to sit there and watch the sun rise for the last time, and the sun duly obliges by rising within mere seconds, almost like they were sitting on a soundstage and someone was standing by to move a lamp into position at just the right moments. Like, imagine how awkward this would have been if sunrise was still hours away and they all just had to sit there making awkward small talk until it finally happens. So, like, what do you use to glue your sideburns on? So anyway, he dies, and then it's revealed that not Gandalf is in fact actual Gandalf. Which is funny because he's not due to show up in Middle-earth for a couple of thousand years yet, but whatever. Who cares about contradicting established lore? I also think it's kind of interesting because I actually considered and then totally dismissed the possibility of this guy being Gandalf weeks ago on the grounds that it was so fucking obvious and shamefully exploitative that even the absolute simpletons writing this show wouldn't have done it. But hey, Rings of Power continues to surprise me with its terrible writing. Anyway, then it's time for the plot to switch over to Numenor, where Iarian, Isildur's sister, has been commissioned to do a portrait of the dying king so they can build a lovely tomb for him when he dies, and naturally she's been left alone and unguarded in his inner chambers because that's totally what would happen with the leader of an entire nation. Then he goes a bit nuts because he's senile and confuses her with diverse queen lady and opens up a hidden doorway that leads up to the Palantir upstairs, mostly because Isildur's sister was added in at the 11th hour as a made up character for this show because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. The only problem is that they couldn't actually think of anything to do with her, which is why she's spent the past 7 episodes standing around looking vaguely worried about stuff. Anyway, it's time to grit our teeth and finally push this turd out. Our girl Galadriel finally realises that something's up with not Sauron when she digs up the records of the kings of the Southlands and discovers that the last one of them died 1,000 years ago. And so naturally she goes to confront not Sauron about it with no backup and no protection. And that's when he reveals his true identity.
I have had many names.
What the fuck? You're seriously telling me that nobody amongst the elves who were actually alive 1,000 years ago, including Galadriel herself, ever remembered any of this stuff? None of the Southlanders mentioned how crazy it was that a man claiming to be their king happened to return when his lines supposedly ended centuries before they were born? Nobody did any digging into not Sauron's lineage before now? Seriously? Fuck off, show. I've seen soap operas that are better written than this garbage. Anyway, so not Sauron turns out to be actual Sauron in a move that anyone with more than 2 functional brain cells could have predicted about 30 seconds of him showing up. Honestly, just like Gandalf, this was such an obvious play that I genuinely expected it to be some kind of double bluff, like he actually turns out to be a good guy all along, and fucking Doughboy here ends up being Sauron in disguise. But nope, it's just as obvious as it seemed. Anyway, Sauron tries to sway Galadriel to his side because she's apparently so fucking amazing that even the most powerful entity in Middle-earth just has to have her. But she's like, nah, it'll be fine. And then they yell at each other a bit and then he goes away and leaves her. I'm not kidding, he just kind of vanishes and leaves her alive.
Yeah. And he doesn't like hurt her or do any harm to her or do anything, actually. He just leaves. I fully expecting Galadriel to be Sauron. I expected Galadriel to be Sauron, who was shapeshifted when she went back, and it was.
Even though it would have totally made sense to dispose of such a powerful enemy while he had the chance. But nah, a character's only ever as smart as the person writing them, and as we've learned over the past 8 episodes, the people writing these characters are absolute simpletons. So the entire season ends with
How the fuck do they become writers? How do you become, like, you are this is like a lead game developer, by the way. Writers are like lead game developers of a show. And it seems infinitely easier to become a writer of a shit story than it is to become a game developer. like a lead game developer, especially for a big company. So how the fuck do you end up with such shitty writers, guys, at the helm of 60 million per episode? How the fuck does that happen? Who the fuck decides that these guys are good writers?
Rings, which naturally turns out to be Galadriel's idea.
Why didn't they ask a bunch of different writers for their scripts for the first 3 episodes of this and then have a write-off, right? If you are in control of the series, like have 3 different writers or teams of writers, depending on how you want to look at that, and have them basically bid for your series. Yeah, have them bid for your series by writing the first 3 episodes and see where it's going, and then obviously give you a general idea of where it's going to go after that, and then pick the best one. Would that be too much of a time waste? I don't think it would. I don't think if you have the option of being at the helm of a 60 million per episode series, guys, and they don't even want like your resume or like a pre-production work, what? Who the fuck greenlights this shit?
Because apparently no positive decisions can ever get made in this world without her direct involvement, and then actual Sauron returns to Mordor to have a good long staring contest with Mount Doom. Jesus, what a fucking nightmarish, idiotic shit show this was. Gleefully trashing and bulldozing its way through the characters and lore and world building that Tolkien spent decades lovingly putting together. The Rings of Power basically represents the nadir of Western culture, a creatively bankrupt rehash of once great ideas, covered with gaudy and pointless additions, and driven entirely by money and greed. And I think this finale is the ultimate expression of that. As much as the previous episode was dumb as fuck, it was all about action and spectacle, but the finale centered around payoffs and revelations, which only serves to expose how terrible the writing actually is. There's nothing more tragic than watching a stupid person revealing what they think is some crazy piece of misdirection, only for it to turn out exactly like everyone predicted right from the start. Everyone knew that Halbrand was going to be Sauron the moment he was introduced. Everyone knew the Southlands was going to become Mordor, and everyone knew the stranger was going to be a wizard, and that wizard was probably going to be Gandalf.
It could have been Saruman. That's... I don't know how they missed that one, but yeah. And he even looks more like Saruman than Gandalf, by the way. He looks a lot more like Saruman.
It's all so dumb, so painfully obvious,
President
so
even
focused
pointed
on
out.
an audience that doesn't even exist. The Lord of the Rings isn't like Star Wars, where you can easily court a casual audience of normies with only a passing knowledge of the lore. It's a serious piece of fantasy that's practically defined by the detailed world building that underpins it, and as a result, it attracts an audience of serious fantasy enthusiasts. The kind of people that are going to get very pissed off very quickly if you try to fuck with their worlds, and that's exactly what this show is built on. Not only does it screw up the people and events that already existed, but the things that it tries to add for itself are so inept and ridiculous and lacking in creativity that they generate absolutely no interest. The scene where female Frodo has to say goodbye to female Sam is supposed to be some tear-jerking moment of poignant tragedy, but I can honestly say I felt absolutely nothing when I was watching it. Why? Because I don't give a shit about either of these
I don't even know if she's female. Well, now I can't say it. She might be non-binary, or she could have been a trans woman. So was a guy at one point. But I'm pretty sure she's maybe guy or maybe just non-binary. Oh no, I'm assessing gender, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not just a normal chick. Where you can tell she's relatively feminine underneath all the things going on here. I'm pretty sure she's non-binary or a trans woman. I don't know who the actor is, by the way.
Characters or their relationship because the script has done absolutely nothing to flesh them out. There's no nuance or layers to their personalities. They're just soulless vehicles to drive the plot forwards. And I think that criticism could basically apply to all aspects of Rings of Power. It's what would happen if The Lord of the Rings was turned into a theme park ride at Disneyland. The complex narratives and ideas and epic scope distilled down into a cheap, simplistic series of quick dopamine hits designed to bilk money out of dumb hot dog inhaling consumers before they move on in search of their next momentary thrill. As I said during a recent rant on my open bar stream, J.R.R. Tolkien earned his place in our literary and cultural heritage through hard work, creativity and passion. Amazon, on the other hand, are trying to gain that same recognition and cultural impact by buying it. Their attitude seems to be that if you make enough noise and throw enough money at something, then eventually you'll win simply by drowning out all the other voices. The Lord of the Rings is a monument to the power of one man's imagination, while Rings of Power is a monument to corporate greed and hubris. And well, I know which side I'd rather choose. Now, before I fuck off to drown my sorrows in a pint of cheap vodka, there was one little thing that I wanted to announce. See, as much as I like to bitch and moan about the shortcomings of modern media, I don't just want to be some asshole who sits on the sidelines without at least trying to do something about it. That's why I'm starting a little journey into the world of screenwriting and movie making myself, and it all begins with Rogue Elements, a short film that I'm making in collaboration with a Canadian filmmaker. We've got a script written by yours truly, we've got actors, directors, production people and even stunt coordinators all signed up. But the last piece of the puzzle that we really need to make this work is
money.
You. See, funnily enough, making even a small film turns out to be a pretty expensive business if you want to do it right. And believe me...
Which is why it's fucking weird that Rings of Power was literally just like the reins of 760 million was just handed over to dullards that they didn't vet at all. And yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of like you have tryouts for acting. Why aren't there tryouts for writing, for making TV scripts or TV episodes or TV series or movies? Why isn't there a tryout?
We really do. This isn't going to be some no-budget student film shot one afternoon on someone's iPhone.
It probably
is.
It's
intended to be a proper production made by a team of industry professionals with all the equipment and expense that comes with it. That's why I'm asking for your help. That's right, your drinker needs you. In the description below, you'll find a link to the film's Kickstarter page, and if you're inclined to donate towards it, then you'll get all kinds of lovely rewards, from behind-the-scenes videos and production updates to private...
So the problem with Kickstarters, guys, is it almost... Like, you spend so much time on kickbacks for people, basically stuff that you give to your audience, that you waste a bunch of time you could otherwise be spending doing something. Kind of curious to see how much she's raised. This was released the 20th. I don't know when he started it. 133,000? 22,000 goal. That's actually not that much. I guess that means he's willing to do anything to actually get it going in the first place. Yeah, so it's been out. He made it a day before. Day before it started. 23,000 seems like a very small amount for a movie. Very, very small amount for a movie. I'd say it'd be at least a couple million for him to actually go anywhere with it. But he was willing, whatever he was going to do with $23,000. So that's kind of weird. So that means he was willing to greenlight this and do this for $22,000. So they're already over goal, right? But he was willing to produce this. Kind of interesting in and of itself. And I don't think he's a scam, because obviously he's a prominent YouTuber, right? But he was willing to do this for just $22,000. This is all it would have taken to greenlit this project for him. At which point there is a point of no return, right? Where you actually have to make something, right? So at the very bottom, the very least, he was willing to do this for $22,000. This is kind of curious in and of itself. I don't know what that means. Obviously, he's a YouTuber, so maybe he has a bunch of money saved up, which is entirely possible. He gets a lot of viewership, right? He has a lot of subscribers. He gets a lot of views. So it's entirely possible, but he could have started this on $22,000 if they just made it. That's really weird. That is incredibly weird, which makes me think that maybe he was, like, because he is a YouTuber and a successful one, he probably already had money set aside that he was going to do it anyways, and this is kind of like icing on the cake. And he might even be net positive just off the Kickstarter. This is really curious. This is definitely not enough money to make a movie that's more than a high school production or a college, indie college production. So, yeah, $22,000 gets you like nothing, guys, in terms of time and manpower. When people are working minimum wage, which they aren't.
Interviews and screenings with yours truly. The more money we're able to put aside for this, the better quality and more ambitious we can make the end product. And if it all goes well, then it'll lead into bigger and better projects in future, and possibly even full-length movies further down the roads. I mean, I don't imagine I'm going to be putting Disney
You
and
say this is
Amazon
a
out of
short?
business anytime soon, but I want to at least take a shot at producing something good, and with enough people involved, maybe we can actually start to make a difference. Either way, I'll leave it up to you to make your own decision. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
PSA. Sauron. Sauron. There's a U in there. Sauron? Only surmise is based on who you know. I know Bezos isn't dead. It could be he's actually Saruman. Obviously, what's his name? The Southerner is Sauron. They didn't actually say his actual name, so. They just said the other one, but there's actually multiple other ones, so. Edit this. Cuts it off wrong.
You know, after
Good? Okay. 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 Zero views in Sadako. Apparently, I didn't make it public. I swear I did it yesterday on stream. Cool. 19th. Okay. Gaming, gameplay. Overwatch, Overwatch 2. Okay. Let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and then we're gonna play some Overwatch. Double XP weekend, don't care. What support heroes do you enjoy having on your team? Anyone that actually heals me? Instead of trying to do DPS or healing only the tank. What you makes you regret that you didn't play OW1 and punishes you for it? You mean because you could have got a lot more heroes and skins? I guess. State of support. Be support. If you don't do your job, you lose. If you get it, you're all with bad teammates, you still lose. You cannot carry. Your actions have no effect on the outcome of the game. You just heal better lose. That's DPS too. While suicidal tanks suck, if your tank is too risk apprehensive to actually get into the fray, it's a guaranteed loss. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I've also come up with 2 red flags that will immediately tell you when you'll lose. If your tank never goes to the objective or is very objective shy, you'll lose. If your tank is very passive and hides next to or behind the DPS, you'll lose as they apply no pressure. While suicidal tanks suck, if your tank is too risk apprehensive to actually get into the fray, it's a guaranteed loss. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Fortunately, this came out 23 years ago, so this is about to 23 hours. I mean, it could have been 23 years ago. It's about to drop off Overwatch, so it doesn't matter. That literally was like an hour actually after, maybe exactly when I was looking at Reddit yesterday. It was like an hour. Blizzard seems to be updating Kiriko's eye glow. Good. Look better. Maybe just turned up the graphical settings. Oh! Like this summer makes me want to smash my head with a hammer. Okay. Still my favorite character after all these years. Farah. Is it nude? No, it's just sexy. Indie Reddits. Indie 7000 X3D CPs to be unveiled at CES 2023. I believe that's in January. Their English sucks. However, that isn't applicable no more since the plan has changed. So if it's at CES, it probably means it's going to be released in February, excuse me. They aren't. That's why they have poor sales. They'll buy them twice. No, they won't. $900X for $350? Really? Cheap. That was still around 400. Then 5800. Hippo. Maybe not. Okay. DVD Reddits, guys. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Let's move on to the OW2s. Shall we? We shall. I changed my network settings, so we might get some weird games here, guys. Okay. Change categories. Check. Okay. Guys, let's play some OW2s. So we're going to be doing some different games. We're going to try doing Reaper, too. We're going to do some different characters tonight. Mm-hmm.
Traveling to New Queens. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
We're going to see if Reaper is that horrible. I'm going to try Torbjorn because he has a projectile weapon. Torbjorn! Torbjorn!
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
The planet. Have I seen
Hack your
you
mom.
before? It's possible.
Good healer is a pain in the ass. You mean to be a good healer or to have a good healer?
He started it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Hey, Cuddly. Oh my god, I haven't seen you forever. Holy shit. Welcome back to life.
Watch out for this one. Enemy here. We have the roadblock. Get out of here.
That's our healer. Oh, that's the Widowmaker. The fuck was our healer doing?
Don't let them push the
There's an Anim up top. Moira.
Thank you. Got an enemy here.
You reanimated? Oh yeah. Must be orgasmic.
Take you where you
Oh. I'm the only person on the objective, guys.
moving along.
Can I
now.
put the turret on top of the objective?
My precious work! Such potential!
That hurts.
Feel better? Where's the bot going? Bring him back. Translocator set. You're mine now.
Mm-hmm.
Coalescence is charging.
Back at it!
Ready to run tight.
Let's put a stop to
Over
that!
here.
I foresee great things for you! I'm overloaded! Taking the rover!
Catch you later.
Over there!
I keep thinking the barricades of payload. This is obnoxious. Why the fuck do you need to do this, guys?
Take the lead. If you don't screw up, we're moving.
Like the bot should just automatically go to your other side, and like the radius should be huge or something.
They'd have to try harder than that.
Apparently there's a tank next to me.
Did it take back?
Good.
Guess you can learn even at this age.
Thanks. Over there! Sniper! I want enemy
How
here.
did they get so far?
Watch out for this one.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
I'm gonna point out that our healers have half the healing of the enemy team. So I think it's worth noting.
Get to them!
I think you are.
Show them what you
Got an enemy here. Watch out for this one.
They're moving the barricade. Stop them.
Ah, it's gonna blow up. Because Torbjorn's too OP. Couldn't just walk over it.
Look at you.
Let's take him to the winning flash. My will.
We're almost there.
We're moving.
Yeah, the whole pushing the robot part is annoying. This is like when you're pushing the cart, a little bit better. But like when you're just like waiting on the robot.
Enemy contact.
Watch out for this one.
Okay. Oh! They just get body blocked?
Take the lead. Team kill. Always plan
Guess you can learn even at this age.
Oh my god. We have a tank in here, by the way. Somewhere. That no one's paying attention to. So they're good. Yeah, the one tank meta, guys, is pretty fucking dumb. I think, like, the biggest change that they probably could make to it is just reducing the damage tanks, too. So they don't have as much prevalence. Because when they have less prevalence, then it doesn't matter as much when they're dead. So when theirs dies, or ours dies, it doesn't matter as much.
Keep the bot pushing because the lead's almost ours.
I still have some fight in me.
And then you get like one spawn at the... This doesn't even fucking matter.
Such but join me. Starting the battle.
Back me up.
Yeah, no shit. That's why I said group up.
For this one. Engaging the enemy.
A good pop already.
Story of Torbjorn.
EMP activated.
I've high hopes for you.
Ah, you can see the hacked medkit. Interesting.
You cannot escape. Robots ours. Let's go. Watch out for this one.
That's Apache.
Done.
Good.
I've high hopes for you.
Torbjorn, 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 Torbjorn. I'm the only one pushing the point, because I'm Torbjorn. Uh-oh. Run away.
30 seconds remaining. System time.
They took the robot.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of this game mode, guys. There's too much walking. When your teammates, like when people die, it's really, really hard on your team. Just don't die, forehead. Okay. Alright.
Ultimate is charging up.
Someone has to contest. I guess it'll be me, not the tank. Oh.
Watch out for this one. Everyone drop dead.
Their tank has, definitely seems to go for me quite a bit, too.
Got an enemy here.
Move this robot.
Hold up. Overwatch. Enemy here.
I wonder if our teammates realize when we don't touch the robot, we lose.
Turret in position.
Let the push commence.
Whatever, whatever. I'm gonna do that rather than get stuck with it, so. I like got stuck on top of him or something, yeah. He just like teleported into the post just now. Good for him.
Play of the game.
Damage prevention isn't necessarily that big of a stat. Just because you eat a lot of damage isn't necessarily good. That means your healers have to heal it up. So just mitigating damage, you need to see overall damage you're taking compared to mitigated damage, not just mitigated damage. Mitigated damage as a stat in and of itself doesn't really mean anything unless it's overall stat, like overall damage you've taken, including your defensive abilities. Because I mitigated a lot of damage that match because I have my overheal that I use when I hit E with the overload. Yeah. Oh geez, guys. Oh geez. By the way, I'm catching up with Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty's kind of it's turned into more of a sitcom. However, episode 3 of this season was actually really hilarious, in my opinion. That was, you could see it coming from a mile away, too. It was pretty good. Good evening, Windbust. Yeah. Episode 3? Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys, but it's pretty fun. It's fucking hilarious. Do Reaper now. Where's the option? There it is. On. So I have QoS on again where I turned it off. It seemed to work better with Farah, but now I have it on again.
One more mission.
Having a lot of problems last night with Reaper. Also had some weird shits going on in HOTS too. That's one of the reasons I QoS on in the first place, because sometimes a weird shit goes on. Lots of rollbacks where the server just decides that what I did doesn't matter, or is too far ahead or behind what's actually going on. I'm not sure which it is. It's the latency thing.
It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
5, 4,
They have a tank?
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. But we are
Hee hee, long range Reaper. Hee hee, running away again. Fuck. Oh my god. Hey buddy. Just think she teleported out? She crawled up on the fucking wall and I didn't even hear it.
My revenge.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Another headshot from the Hanzo. And a headshot before that. Another headshot from the Hanzo. This is Plat and Gold, by the way. We are not in some mystery league. There's SBMM in this game, which is based on your comp ranks. You don't just magically play against, like, Uber players. Unless they're smurfing, which there's no reason to smurf, so. And, quick play, that is. Definitely seemed like he was a knower.
I will get my revenge.
They're pushing the car. What the fuck are they doing? I think Reaper just sucks, guys. I'm still leaning towards Reaper sucking a lot. But I figured I'd give him another chance on a fresh day. I mean, they can now.
Good to go.
Zarya definitely needs a nerf too. Let me side Zarya in this game, for sure. Her bubbles last too long, and then she regenerates them too fast. She has almost complete coverage for the most part, unless your team does a shitload of damage to her, or you have to try and DPS them down. Yeah, Reaper's dead. Get the fuck out of here. He just blew up my fucking dart. He blew up my fucking turret while I was flying to him. Very certain that Hans was cheating. Hey, there's a medkit here. Whoa. Oh, buddy. It's like deciding when to just fucking just go balls deep on Zarya and when not to. Oh my god.
Is completely certain.
Round number. Stay sharp.
God.
I will not lose focus. Placing a turret here.
Pretty sure the Hans was cheating.
Play of the game.
Hopefully it's actually just headshots. We'll see. Yeah, this is from earlier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating. Let's see. Good. Oh, maybe we should check out the rank he's at. Think he's Plat? Plat Hanzo. Can't tell. But we're playing against Plats and Golds, so that's what makes shit like this even weirder. When I started playing Farah after coming back, guys, yeah. This game is the cheating has gotten much worse in this game compared to what it used to be. Diamond support. Support doesn't... If you have good teammates, you'll get high rank. It just doesn't matter at all. As prior. That's a plat. Would have been silver. Private. Okay. So, golden plat, guys.
Traveling to the right. Prepare your defenses.
Two Tools in hand, brain in key.
Yeah, Reaper just sucks, so didn't change anything.
Field research. Grand.
US didn't change anything. Looks like I'm on Virginia server right now.
Let's go. I've got a few new inventions to try.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
I'm overloading. Take my turret. Pick on someone your own size.
Okay.
Guess you can learn even at this age.
Evolution is a painful path to war.
Assistance required. Help. He says thank you.
Okay.
Stay out of my system. I'm overloading. You're all set up, my power overwhelming. My baby's under attack.
Huh?
Back to work. They're going to love this.
Act was still on my screen despite the fact I wasn't hacked anymore.
Over there. Make your maker proud.
I almost got C9, guys.
I'm overloading. Got an enemy here. Turret in position. Urging the battle.
Good. What the fuck is the enemy team doing, guys?
I'm overloading.
Ooh. Didn't she just die? Ah, that's our Kitsune. Ah! It's our foxes, guys, not their foxes. Bling bling! Uh-oh.
high hopes for you.
30 seconds remaining.
Ah, fancy. Not my turret. Hmm. I mean, that's pretty good placement on the pools of shit.
Wait till you see me on my.
Oh, and we still lost it.
I still have some fight in me.
Hmm. Incoming! Oh my god. Might as well. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Let's get to work. Look hard on that.
Eh? Not sure why he's chasing me, but you know. Okay.
Wait till you see me on my bike.
Eh.
Oh, I'm just getting warmed
I see a hostile.
I let off some steam.
Do he even take any damage once he's doing the spin maneuver? Is it just complete damage mitigation? It kind of feels like it's just complete damage mitigation.
60 seconds remaining.
A good pop always gets it working again.
My thanks. Over there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now it's going to get in time overloaded. I have
30 seconds.
Like attached to anything. Oh, I missed one. Good. Good. Liam's kind of poopy.
Play of the game.
It's Torbjorn! Torbjorn! .77, guys. Torbjorn. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. I'm gonna put in some lasagna here in a second, guys, if I remember. Torbjorn! On tech.
Still inventing? Still a one-man posse? Touche.
What?
Shed the weight of your doubts, and your mind
What?
will become clear.
Who developed those orbs of yours?
Ask not who their maker is, but what they mean.
You don't know, do you?
I embrace the unknown.
4,
Uh-huh.
3, 2, 1. Attack commence. Capture objective A. Hello. Let's put them on the spot.
You're all set.
There has to be some med kits around here. I wish you could see the amount of damage that people do. I'm pretty sure it was the Ash?
Stay sharp.
No. Dead. Dead. I'm on the point. Because we don't have a tank. Ah, there's a tank. Too late.
I was born to rule. I was born to rule.
Watched Intel 3210? Yeah, we watched it earlier. Both How to Run Box and Gamer Nexus. Beginning the stream, talked a bit about it. Huh. It's Vanalt, by the way.
Show them what you've got. I'm overloaded.
Yeah. Use all your ults all at once, guys. Great job. We're ready to our spawn too.
Let's get to work. You're all set up. Payload is chugging along. Back at it. Who's next?
Good?
Play of the game.
Meteor strike.
Social tab in the options. No, there's no option. Dumb way to check all the commands. There used to be a general chat in game that used to be able to join on the menu. That's gone now. I gotta take a piss, guys, and I'm gonna put in the lasagna beer back. Alrighty. Yeah, 13th, the new gen, very power hungry, barely took over the lead from AMD from the 7000 series. But at the same time, well, not just a little bit, there's like 10% difference in some cases. But at the same time, also super power hungry. And then there's the 7000 series X3D that is coming out in February, which is what I'm waiting for, and should be fantastic. For some reason they're like changing the timer around on my phone. I don't really understand why. But otherwise, not going to really tell a whole story until the X3D chip comes out in February. That's what I'm waiting for. A lot of people are. It's kind of amazing that, so there's 3 categories, right? You have DPS, tank, and a healer. Why do one of the categories have a wait time? Question. Well, that wasn't much wait time at all, so.
Traveling to repair your defenses.
Torbjorn! Yeah, definitely waiting for the V-Cache variant. You can just look at 5000, 5800 compared to the 5800 X3D on benchmarks and see that a 7000 series is probably going to have a similar uplift, and it's worth waiting for. Torbjorn.
Tools in hand, brain in key.
Things were a lot simpler when I was robbing banks with the Deadlock gang.
Setting my equalizer to absolute destruction.
You have to think really hard when you try to hit stuff with Torb. Like, you have to... That's not where I want it.
4, 3, 2,
Peeky turret.
1. Attackers incoming.
Hi. Oh, I just unhooked myself. But that's not good. Sure. Oh, no, we aren't doing that. Still got it off, so. It's amazing how when you ult on a Torbjorn, everyone just gets an accuracy increase. It's like buffing the enemy team when you buff yourself. Torbjorn! Doing lava stuff with Torbjorn. Torbjorn. It is so incredible. Even though it looks silly, guys, when I'm like right up in the pig and I can't fucking hit him, it is so incredibly hard to hit your right clicks on Torbjorn. Like, it is ridiculous. Whoop. 1, 0. There we go. Better spawn. Fuck off! Fuck off, bitch! Our McCree's killing everyone. I fucking hate Zarya, guys. Like, not as much as, like, fucking annoying Mercies that fly around the flight box, and also Sojourn is just extremely OP. But Zarya, guys, just having bubbles that you can't shoot and just no one shoots them, and then she just walks around on you is pretty obnoxious.
I've high hopes for you. I'm overloading.
I don't know where he is. There he is. I also don't know how the boxes work on the lava poo. It looks like you can put it on the tank, on the cart, but not all the time. Like, there's parts of the cart that weren't covered.
Hello there.
Ah. Oh. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop. No! No. Didn't get a chance to use it, guys. I see. Was this the ult at the beginning of the game that got him out of the choke point? Yes, it was. That's a 5-team ult, guys. Oh my god. Look at that aim vibrate. Torbjorn! Oh, how do we... You can't look at the stats! How did I do that match, guys, compared to my teammates? Can't check. I can only look at my personal stats from that match by digging through the UE. The personal stats from the match that don't matter, because you can't compare it to anyone else in the match, so you have no point of context, except for percents. Wow, that's so great. I see, guys. I see. Torbjorn. Torbjorn. I want to say I feel worse on Torbjorn with QoS on right now. I want to say it's worse, but I'm not sure. Kind of feels worse. I could just play some Pharah. But one of the reasons I turned off QoS in the first place is because it made Pharah feel weird. Esperanza! And unfortunately, turning QoS on and off isn't something I can easily do. Actually, kind of is. I'd have to quit the game. Maybe we'll do that.
So you throw tiny daggers.
Is that a problem?
Depends. How often do you miss?
Let's find out.
Hello?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Привет!
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Yes. Hi. Greetings. Привет. Hello.
I perceive there's an enemy here.
Their tank die? All his balls just went in my brain, guys. If you're curious what happened there. Like, Torbjorn's head is, like, literally where you aim at people's crotches. And if people are just, like, aiming for body shots, they just all go into his brain.
They pushed past us. They're going to love this. Time to let off some steam. This old screw still coming.
That. He's dead. Fuck you. Dancing with death, Tracer.
They're going to love this. Let's get to work.
Fire at will.
Okay.
We are close to taking the lead. Push!
I wish I had those 40 extra points of armor. Eh.
Our barricade is moving. Keep up this pace.
Привет. Привет.
Going to love this. Ah, leaving them in the dust.
Must suck to be a Tracer with the turret. We have a tank here somewhere, right? No, we don't. Our tank is hiding with their healers. So, probably a loss. Does E affect your ult? I don't think so. I don't think his ult gives him damage. It just gives you the globbers you throw. E is like a kind of a small ult in and of itself. Okay. Bye. Bye bye. What are soldiers doing? Oh, okay. Okay, good job, Zarya, on that huge waste of an ult. You did a great job flanking him like Reaper. Deals additional damage to armor. No. I think all it is the globbers you throw on the ground and makes you a giant target for people to shoot at you.
You want that louder? Enemy's bushes, that's not good.
I think our tank just went in and died. Yeah. Our tank's trying to act like a flanker.
Guess you can learn even at this age.
Yeah. Begin the babysitting protocol, guys. Where I have to tell them what to do. Oh, I survived it. Torbjorn. Torbjorn. My ult is charging! Yeah, and then you use it and you die instantly.
Now it's going to get interesting. Baby's under attack.
Literally doesn't do... It really should refill your health, guys. Like, using your Q, at the very least on Torbjorn, should refill your health. Come on. Come on. Not give you more health, just refill your health. Oh, God. Like, using my Q, I know I'm gonna die, but if I don't use my Q, I'm definitely gonna die anyways. But then maybe I should just hang on to my Q. But then I just hang on to my Q, because in the time that I actually need it, I just die anyways. And Winston's pretty stupid, too. Not as bad as Zarya, though. Literally just shift in, drop your E, and then just play around the edge of your barrier. Not doing super horrible, actually. I know our tank's not very good, so comparing him to the tank isn't really useful. I want that fucking headshot, please. Please, TYVM.
Back down! Not a chance! Such potential!
It's funny because that's what I told her to do in the first place, but Diva's not the character. The character's smarter than the player, guys.
60 seconds remaining.
Installed and ready to go! I'm overloading!
They stole the robot from us! Get it back!
Bye, Tracer. Or excuse me, bye, Lucio. Here, right? Yeah. Well, like a headshot, I've gotten a remarkable few number of headshots this game. Making me start to think that maybe my QoS setting is wrong. I swear to God, we just saw shots go through the guy's character. Oh no. Ah, Phil. We didn't want to wait for the last little bit of overtime. What's the difference between a limbs and assists, right, guys? So I thought an assist, or I thought a limb was a killing blow. And I thought assist is if you do damage to someone before they get a killing blow. But our limbs were positive, and their limbs were positive, which is impossible, right? Because if our limbs are positive and their limbs are positive, then who are we killing? So the deaths don't add up to the limbs. Kind of weird. You expect to see one team negative if one team's positive, right?
Now traveling to Busan.
Unless assists are limbs or killing blows. Wow, wow, wow. Poor Bjorn. This makes me think that we're gonna play, like, when we get into the setting, like, we're gonna play Yijong Tower, and then we don't. Because they took the map out. Why would they take more maps out? I don't know. But they took maps out of the game. Eichenwald is extremely rare, so we have like 5 maps we can just continually circle through. For whatever reason. Really hope they add them back. This map, I'm definitely not a fan of this map.
You cannot escape me.
Cold and ready to go. I'm overloaded.
Is within my reach.
Uh-huh. Oh no, Iggy Wuggy Woo! Bye. My E was up.
Lindholm never gives up. Hello. Enemy located. They're going to love this.
Surrender to my will.
Best round.
Apagando las luces.
Well.
Score 1-0.
Excuse me. Yeah. Something's not feeling quite on here, guys, but that being said, Torbjorn has some issues in and of himself. We're gonna try turning QoS off at the end of this game.
You'll always be captain in my heart.
Aww! It's unhealthy, Winston. You're gonna die. Think of all the trans fat that's in there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
One more win. Nothing to it. Turret in position. Being destroyed. Got an enemy here.
The objective is now.
Our tank ran away.
I still have some fight in me. I foresee great things for you. Turning up the heat.
Had a Me Too Symmetra? Oh my god.
Hold it. Railgun charge.
Railgun charge, Dad. Why would anyone ever play Widow when you have Sojourn? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Oh. Bye. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, thank you. Bye. Yeah, just gonna run away. Just gonna run away. You're trying to push me off the edge and just gonna run away. Kelly's. God.
Taste of poison. You will be renewed.
I foresee great things for
It doesn't even look like they're going in the right spot where I'm shooting them. Yeah, like I tried to coat that better and it looks like they all just ended up in the same spot.
Back down! Not a chance! Power overwhelming!
Feels like I'm always aiming in the wrong spot. What the fuck's going on? Hi. Bye. Bye bye. Ugh. Cutie patootie. There's me running around in a straight line, putting globbers in a straight line for some reason instead of in a pattern like I was trying to do. We're gonna try one more game here. I'm gonna try switching up an option. First, I'm gonna get a. I'm gonna make a. Alright, guys. Once again. So, there's all different sorts. I found the drink mix section at the supermarket. There's all different sorts of drink mixes. And, like, everyone and their mom is making drink mixes now. And you can get a lot of them that are sugar-free. So, I'll give one a shot. I've tried the normal ones. They're just, like, you know, like orange and whatever. This is Hawaiian, not Hawaiian Punch. Skittles. Coconut passion fruit or something? Pineapple passion fruit. That's pretty good for sugar-free, I'm not gonna lie. That is convincing. It probably means it's gonna kill me with cancer. Interesting. Interesting. They're like single-serving things, but it's sugar-free. I made sure they're sugar-free. I already have my soda. That's pretty good for being sugar-free. Okay. We're gonna do Torbjorn again. I'm gonna try one thing here, guys. I'm gonna go into the menus. I'm gonna try the reduced buffering option, which I turned off because it seemed like it worked better in Pharah. Changing all the bells and whistles here, guys. Just tweak it. You gotta do the tweaks, you know. Torbjorn! Like, those shots last game, I swear to God, I fucking couldn't aim worth shit.
Tools in hand, brain in cane.
You remind me of myself when I was younger.
That a compliment? Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
Like the compliment, bitch? I bet it doesn't. Yeah.
Hold your thumbs, and we'll get through this all right.
Wouldn't have that all the time, but that's why you get a variety pack.
Make your maker proud.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
The fuck were my healers running from? They weren't running from anything.
Back at it.
Good. Always a good sign. Torbjorn!
Appreciate
High hopes for you.
Carried on the wind.
Show them what you've got. Meteor strike. I'm overloaded. Turret deployed.
Enemy spotted. This ends now.
I can hear the fucking gross clompy clomps here, guys.
I'm overloading.
Yeah, and that doesn't count. Where's the health packs? I need to find the health packs. I don't know where they are.
I'm here.
Hurting my turret. There. Maximum power.
It's go time. Not so fast.
He wasn't even aiming for me! The fuck? Do you just take more damage when you ult as Torb? It feels like you take 2 times as much damage when you ult.
Tango in sight.
Like, the game just kills you when you ult as Torb. The fuck is that?
I have eyes on a sniper.
I foresee great
Fuck's the health kit? I need a health kit. I know there's a small one back here.
Yes. Such potential.
Almost. Railgun bitch again? Ah, she's trying to shoot me through the car. Normal. Perfectly normal when someone knows you're exactly behind a car in the exact positioning and trying to shoot you through the car at the same time, but they can't actually see you on their screen. Perfectly normal behavior. Perfectly normal behavior. I do that all the time. Unlike Dead by Daylight, it's much more obvious. Putting aside the kill cam, it's much more obvious when people cheat and first-person shooters. Where the fuck's my turret? There it is. Jesus fucking Christ. Uh-huh. Bye, Moira!
10 seconds remaining.
My baby's destroyed.
Over there.
Overtime.
We've gotten, like, no head crits, guys, at all tonight on Torb.
Огонь по готовности.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's your last haunt.
So racist, Torbjorn. Talking about his ability like he's haunting people. Oh my god.
Play of the game.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Good. Okay. Let's change my QoS setting. This is going to take all of, well, maybe a minute. Restart my router and my game. And that shouldn't change much of anything. Alrighty. Gotta reboot now, guys. On my router. And 3, 2, 1. That was like, what, 40 seconds? That's not bad. Not too bad, guys. Okay. God bless disconnect connect protection on Twitch. It's probably one of the better things that Twitch has done like the last 6 years, 7 years. It's not much they've actually done on the website in terms of improving like the logistics, like the background stuff that really matters to streamers. It's all just fluff, just fluffing, being fluffers. Quick play, damage done. Do an apples to apples comparison. Well, we can't because we don't have the same people. Kind of difficult when it's just literally just like
Now entering.
subjective observation on whether or not your shit's registering properly or not. Are shots better? Are they not? I can't tell.
Tools in hand, training.
Is this one a scrap or a heist? I wasn't listening. Helping those in need is its own reward.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Shoot me in the face. Fuck did my turret go? Fuck just. Like I went to throw my turret on the bus guys and just. Yeah. That's a problem. Putting aside logistics, me trying to actually, shouldn't have shot her, I should have just went for the back line. We have a tank that's not pushing like he should as a tank, doing tank things.
Into the unknown.
Dude, our fucking tank sucks dick. He has 0 balls. He's hiding behind, or not behind, he's hiding next to the healers. And he doesn't push at all. I don't want to play Torbjorn, but we aren't going to be able to play Torbjorn, so... Good job, Anna. You literally just got staggered. Congratulations.
Maximum. Are you okay, Snowball?
Other people are noticing.
Don't give up. We can do this.
Objective A captured.
Except play Mei! I think that is literally the end result of having a bad tank, is we have to play Mei. Make up for essentially having a shit tank. So I can apply defensive pressure as well. Hey guys. Bunch of freezes. Well, at least he killed 2 of them. They're a little bit too far back, but that's a juicy ult.
Come to me.
Boom! Ice!
They're all dead. Entire team's dead. Sojourn, I think, is cheating, but... Oh, she's playing Widowmaker now. Oh, excuse me. Gold and Plats, guys. That's who we're playing with. These aren't GMs. They aren't Masters. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah.
Seconds.
The important thing is to keep learning.
Area denied. Let them up.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Barrier initialized.
30 seconds.
Push the offensive. The barrier cannot withstand my soul. Barrier unsuccessful. Barrier is nearly ready. Hold on.
He was on one side, and then he was on the other side. That was kind of weird. Once again, this is the weird shit that happens with my QoS off. Like, it's like desync, and I don't understand that because I should have better sync with my QoS off than I do.
I'm ready to start a blizzard. For this wow, that's nice.
Wow. Ruh-roh. It's like they heard me say I have a Q. Wow!
Terminal velocity.
There's a lesson in every mistake.
Surrender to my will.
What is that melody?
60 seconds.
Excellent. Keep the payload moving.
No. Hey, got off at least.
Over there.
The world's not going to save itself.
10 seconds.
Not much time left.
Lucio probably can get there, maybe. Not anymore, he got distracted or something. Oh, he did. Oh. Bye. Somehow won that. You're welcome, Tank. Oh, he left right away. Hey guys, I died. Me in front of the tank, because our tank was sitting by the healers, not by the DPS. He was sitting by the fucking healers. Okay. I got him good with that last thing, he said. Yeah. Literally in front, guys. Literally in front of the entire team. Apparently the guy's too stupid to realize, oh, I guess I'll look at stats and look at a percent, because that matters a lot more than positioning when no one's pushing. Yeah. Pressure is a thing. Pressure is a thing. And most of the time when you're in Masters and GM, people perfectly understand that. Maybe not consciously, but they subconsciously know they have to be putting pressure on the enemy team to push them back so that you can move the point further forward. Yeah, that game, the tank literally just hit him back. People always talk shit so fast when they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. It's hilarious, especially in this game. They just want to get that 1-2 quip in. Quip. 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 Give them the 1-2, guys. But it's not like something where I just like called the tank shit. Rather, I pointed out that bad tanks really ruin the game, because they do. This game is way, way too fucking dependent on the tanks now. And it hurts the game. I guess we aren't at Masters. Maybe at Masters you don't need to worry about having good tanks anymore. Now we're back to playing May again.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Okay. Again.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
So you throw tiny daggers.
Is that a problem?
Depends. How often do you miss?
Let's find out.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
No. Well, at least I can shoot someone in the back. That's kind of nice. I don't know why he decided he had to go and charge my turret, but, you know.
You can't mass produce that.
It also seems like you should respawn your turret every chance you get, so it's not low on HP.
Forward spawn activated.
Get together. Hey, group up here.
Look at you. I'm overloading. They're hurting my turret.
Not a huge fan of putting an insane amount of pressure on people, but after you say something like that, it just, yeah.
Make your maker proud.
Fire at will.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Put it on the point. Actually, it was a good spot at the time. Not anymore.
I still have some fight in me. You're all no. They're going to love this.
How did he get up there? I don't know.
Stop their barricade.
Why does they have a fucking torp too? What the fuck is this shit? Fuck off. How does she have an ultimate already? Huh. Okay. I don't remember seeing a Mei since last time we died. And she has ult already, so. I guess you can change DPS and then you have 75% of your ult, so. She has an ult and then traded.
Turning up the heat. Don't let them push it. This workshop's feeling a little empty. I can't get away with this. I've high hopes for you. Time to let off some steam. They're going to love take the lead.
We need to put a stop
Sure.
to their push.
Back at it. I've heard great things for you. Take my turret.
Poor Nathan.
My baby's destroyed. Maximum power. Tactical visor activated.
Pretty sure we got ourselves a cheater. Pretty sure we played against this guy the other night. How the fuck does he have an ult again? He just used his ult. What?
I've got you in my sights.
The fuck? Did he just use his ult? Let's see.
Play of the game.
Good. Next game. Curiosity. What rank was he? Once again, these are golden plats, guys. It's a diamond? Think it's a diamond? Like he was like trying to Me Too me with Torbjorn at the beginning, got rolled, and then switched to Soldier, and then just like hardlocked everyone. Which is what he was doing in back. I didn't even look at him on the first death, but I don't think that was an ultimate. He got like butthurt about the fact that he died. What am I looking for? Social. Doesn't play. It's not uncommon for people to cheat and play just quick play because you're less likely to get reported in quick play. Right? And we saw that back when I first played Overwatch too. That's nothing out of the ordinary. Especially if you have an ult, you're supposed to ult to do it on. I guess we have a bunch of Torbs we're running into now. Good. Makes perfect sense.
Moving ahead.
Easy, robot.
Catching up to us.
Wow. Bye, Ken.
Marvel progress.
Marken! Oh, that sucks. Yeah. He was going right for me, and then he just took a rivet to the head, guys. Yeah. He like literally went. He was eyeing me up, guys, in such a straight line. There's like no way that we weren't gonna hit him. That was all his fault right there. You have to literally expect people to walk into you. Did you just leave? They fucking left. There was a 3-stack that just left. Huh.
with you.
I'm done, guys. I'm done. I'm done.
The robot is moving the barrel.
Ah, my overheal actually goes through Ana Grenade. Do we even have a tank? Where the fuck's the tank? Hey, the tank came back. Boop. 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 Shooting through him. Good.
Play of the game.
It really should have been the Genji ult that caused 3 people to instantaneously ult F4 the game. I think shutting down the Genji ult was literally the... that was the takeaway from that. Pretty good. And we were looking at earlier. Actually, a low-level account. Probably his count from earlier season that's missing. Like, where does time go? Why is his time missing?
Now arriving at Enos. Prepare for battle.
Righty. I've been playing Torble Knight. Reaper sucks. Let's do Junkrat. Out, guys.
Plenty of bombs to go around.
I'll protect your friends.
G'day, cover. If at first you don't
Genial.
succeed,
Otro trabajo aburrido.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Oh. Okay. Okay. We have someone already angry at me playing Junkrat? Wow. Oh, I didn't time that properly.
I'll keep trying till I run out of limbs.
Hey, Slane. Oh, if I popped them, guys, it would have been great. That's a lot of damage. I don't have nearly as much playtime on... Still going. Room! Room! Did I get them both? Yes, I did. Ah. The Reinhardt did not succeed at killing D.Va. Good. Expected him to keep the fort down, guys. To hold the fort down. He did not.
On the objective.
I'm going back in.
Best round.
Bop, 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 bop.
Score 0-1.
Mm-hmm.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
Anybody got a toothpick? Ah, got one of them mantis arms stuck between the molars.
Oh, no, not the Mantis arms.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round.
Mm-hmm.
Capture the objective.
Let's win this one.
You know? No. Fucking Christ, guys. Got Lucio bopped. It's like he knew what I was doing and told his friend to do the same thing. That's pretty good.
Hi.
Ready.
Hey there. Konnichiwa.
Get called out. I just got mid-air concussed by Pharah. So this is a reason to hide your profile? I'm pretty sure this is a cheater from our earlier match. Oh. He's now playing Pharah because I main Pharah. I'm pretty sure this is a pre-made. You just found a spot that you can just sit at indefinitely on the side there? Oh. Ah. Good, good, good. So that was the guy that would apparently got bent out of shape immediately at the beginning of the match for me playing Junkrat. Was the other guy that was the Seer guy, who then switched to Pharah because I'm a Pharah main to show me who's boss. It's basically your typical ego bullshit from cheaters. You know. And I'm pretty sure there's a pre-made, hence why Lucio came out and bopped me because he talked about it on voice comms. But I was trying to bop the other guy off, so then Lucio came and did the same thing to me. It's like a 3-man. The 2 DPS and the Lucio were together at the very least. I don't know about the rest. Good. So, if you want a reason already to have your profile private, is for shit like that. Where you just get assholes that try to fuck with you. It's just like Dead by Daylight. If they know what perks you're running, or what you're doing prior to the game, or what kind of player you are, they try to show you up by doing like what you do, only doing it better, like give you the window of opportunity to fuck with you. It's the same shit. People that have ego problems. Bad day at Best Buy, guys. Go home, crack a beer, and spend $10 on a cheat. School all the kids online. We'll do Junkrat again. No, nothing like that. It was definitely a pre-made that was trying to fuck with me with the guy in that was cheating. It got bent out of shape because apparently I was playing Junkrat. It's all sorts of weird nuances that people have. Like, where they just, like, anything sets them off because they're snowflakes. Fucking obnoxious. Like, you can read right through that shit. It's not uncommon. It's happened to me in other games. Let's see. Let's go here and see how many hours our friend had playing Pharah. Oh, it's actually their second most played character. Oh my god. But never plays them in count. Pattern here, guys. It is the snappy hit scans.
Anybody got a toothpick?
Not sure where they play comp or play Pharah, but it's not count.
Between the molars.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective
Kind of weird how many mirror matches you get where you just get people that play your exact same character. This happened when I was playing Torb. You know how rare Torb is in comp? Or in quick play in general? That's not good.
I'll keep trying till I run out of limbs.
I have the objective. Cover him.
We got levers. Yeah. Huh. Perhaps having a seizure, guys. I need to let the game reload more because there's only 5 shots anyways. A widow? No, it's Diva.
You're safe with me.
Yeah. What? Good job walking back into that. Appreciate it. Yeah, he definitely didn't want to be a friend. Killed himself. Oh no! As considering queuing? And maybe I should have. Nope. Instantly killed. Good for them. Good. God. Why does it feel like we're missing like 3 people? The fuck's going on here, guys? I watch Dahmer, maybe. Is it just me? We have a Genji here somewhere, but I swear to God, I've never seen him. No. Huh?
Somebody shoot me.
My ultimate is charging.
Hi.
Why the fuck is there a guy up there? The fuck is this shit? What the fuck is that? It's like coordinated plays. Oh, what the fuck is that shit?
My barrier is gone. What is that melody?
Okay. No. It wasn't close enough. Bye.
Play of the game.
Okay. Yeah. So didn't do too hot. Last couple games of Junkrat, not doing too hot. Not even doing much in terms of damage either. It's not compared to the Genji that we got. Dahmer, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not really into serial killer stuff. I find it kind of boring. I know it's kind of silly to say because they're serial killers, but it's like an analysis of someone's mind and getting inside their mind and learning why it works, what makes them wrong. It's like part of psychology. There's an internal, like, when I was back in psychology, there's people that are like obsessed with clinical, and what's the prison psychology? Psychology or something? The one where you basically analyze serial murderers, and it's not really... I don't know, some people really get off on that. I don't know why. Learning what's wrong and what makes people tick, and then learning how wrong they are as people. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's good. I'm not saying it's not good. It's just not something I'm really interested in. Sounds good. Sounds like people that are watching it enjoy it, but... We didn't do too hot that match, guys. Match before, literally trying to learn a new hero, and people just fucking with me. It's like they know you're playing a new hero and they just want to fuck with you. It's fucking weird. You like Dexter? It was alright. First 2 seasons were alright, and then it got repetitive and boring. Basically like Sopranos. You can get all you need to know from Sopranos of the first 2 seasons. The rest is just literally just repeat. It's everything on repeat.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
But yeah, it's alright. It got especially weird later on for multiple different reasons. Oh, that'd be I guess the show's so old. It's like when his sister found out. It just got really fucking weird. I mean, it's the 3rd season. I don't know, after a certain point it's not really that good. I think after the ice cream truck murderer, I think that's season 2.
Feast your eyes upon this hand-curated assortment of tasteful pyrotechnic delights, with which I intend to entertain you this evening. Or possibly morning. What time is it? Hold this line.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Feels like the blast radius on his mines are really fucking small. Lots of feeling of shooting through people. I had no fucking idea what that's about.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
god. Tried. Didn't make it.
I'll keep trying till I run out of limbs. Hold this.
Breaking them down.
Hey, buddy. Okay. Hey, defense.
I'll keep trying till I run out of limbs. Fly, my little friend.
Ah, you can actually get up there. Oh my god. You can actually blow up the tire before it spawns. The fuck is that? I thought I'd be clever and literally just deploy it right there and then blow it up, and no. You can literally just blow up the tire while I'm pulling it out. Oh my god.
It's go time.
Stiff upper lip now. You've come back from worse.
Hmm.
Blasting up.
What? That sucks. Oh my god! He did it again! Just instantly blows up the tire. I thought I had enough time before he could fire. Oh.
This situation calls for more bombs.
that a Me Too Junkrat? It's a fucking Me Too Junkrat. Oh, that's hilarious. Huh? Alright. Not good. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds, Anna.
This will cut the pace.
I'm going back in.
Did he get it again? Hey! Finally got one off. Uh-huh. Boop. Soldier, also sus as fucking shit. Seems to be a common trend right now. Good. Okay. You're a kid, I get it. Love it. Guy that's playing a different character for the majority of the match, by the way. I learned how to use difference as a word. Yay! I graduated high school, guys. Oh my god. I gotta piss real bad. Also my lasagna is almost done here. 1 second. Something still feels off, guys. Doesn't feel like I'm aiming in the right spot. I can... Yeah. I got 2 minutes left, guys. don't understand. Like, the hitboxes are pretty generous. Projectile size is pretty big. I don't understand how I'm missing people. Like it feels like I'm aiming like literally right next to you, but I like can't hit them.
Satellitean accuracy. Ha! Bombastic!
Double.
A scintillating finish!
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
I impressed myself!
Huh. Okay. Ah, that timing. Okay. It takes stuff out of the stuff, guys. We're back. I don't know, guys.
You were Evie's favorite character from the Overwatch cartoon.
I prefer to work alone, but I suppose you will do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence. Escort the payload.
Now it's talk. Cheers, mate.
Hi.
Now we're cooking with gas.
I can fix that.
See an enemy.
It's like they don't even have a tank. Got into the blender there, guys. Good.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Hi, healer. Oh my god, what a waste of the horse's ult.
Friends like these, who needs other kinds of friends? G'day.
Feels like we're doing better this time, but what's different? Yeah, I didn't change anything. Oh, I changed my sensitivity. I guess I changed my sensitivity? Question mark? Buddy. I shoot under the cart? That's tough. I'm dead. Bye-bye! Which one is going to be Panchi, guys? I think it's going to be the horse's one. Where the horse fucks up. That game we did really well. What did we change, guys? I added a couple points to my sensitivity. That's it. Hey, look, it's me. How can we have two completely different games, guys? Don't even know. Don't know. That was very different than our earlier game. Very, very different. And I don't think it fucked around with my buffering or anything. I just changed my sensitivity. Fucking weird. Game's so buggy, guys. Like I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know any, like, maybe it's not even any of the options I change. It's just the fact that I'm changing something. What the fuck does that mean? The head opens! Oh my god, that's so amazing! And before my settings are off now.
Arriving at Lijiang's tower.
It's not my job to get you back alive. But stay close to me, and we might manage it anyway.
No, we aren't. You're a liar.
All systems fired up and ready to engage.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Oh, that's not where I want to go. Another Junkrat. Surprise. It's like they know. Buddy. Oh my god! Right when I fucking ignore the fuck! Oh my god, Mercy. Dude, it's like they can smell it. Like they're like betas and they can just smell your the moment of opportunity. Pretty ridiculous. Literally just wanted to go sneak around the side to use my ult. And then the guy immediately just follows me into the other room just through everything to kill me. Jesus Christ. I think I can go this? Hey buddy. Well, I got one. Two actually. Once again, I'm pretty sure, like, literally, he doesn't do what he's supposed to as a tank. He looks for the most vulnerable person on the team to go after. It doesn't even make sense. Like, I was behind our lines, right? Behind, like, the rest of our team. And he runs in there to kill me. Hey, guys. What's going on here? No, that's not where we want to go.
Heroes never die.
I thought we'd find a Junkrat sitting there, by the way. Huh?
Such perfidy cannot go unanswered.
And he just Me Too'd me. He did what I did earlier. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Tried to put it on the platform to jump outside around the edge. And I missed the platform. And I don't know how to fly with them yet. Good. Ah.
Fighting battles at such a young age. I
really do wish you could actually like turn on an anonymous mode in this game. Like with most games. That's like a feature that should have been in Overwatch years ago. Not that it's really that big of a deal. I could ideally just change my Twitch name too. Or my not my Twitch name. Change my Blizzard name.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Everyone, focus.
Well. Me Too Farah. I remember he was playing the Junkrat last game.
The objective is now active.
Let's give it a fair shake, mate.
We're gonna touch the point. Make him come back here. And we're gonna leave.
No one can hide from my sight.
This'll tickle their feet.
I truly can hide.
The pleasure is mine.
Once again, this guy, guys, like literally just goes for anyone that isn't looking at him. Not the rest of the team that's in front of him. Try doing something different here. Sound. Just a normal speaker mode.
mission calls
Yeah.
for more bombs.
Farah's my ultimate in charge.
Behind you.
Hey, Anna. Oh, just staring at a wall waiting for us to lose. Good job, Anna.
Play of the game.
And then comparatively to the game before that, we had a game where it felt like it wasn't fucking hitting shit. Which didn't change anything. The more I play this game, guys, the more it feels like there's dynamic difficulty adjustment in the game. Like it's just... like there's almost nothing you can do. It just oscillates you back and forth between winning and losing. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's like worse than Dead by Daylight. Maybe Dead by Daylight has dynamic difficulty adjustment in it too. Oh, it might. That'd explain things. I'm pretty sure it's just a lot of cheating. The developers aren't smart enough to be able to program DDA in Dead by Daylight. Which should explain why people say they either get stomped or they do the stomping. If the game literally just programs whether or not you win or not. Another Junkrat. You know how uncommon Junkrat normally is, guys?
Tools in hand.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
Turret in position.
No one can hide from my sight.
Enemies coming forward.
Stop their barricade!
Hard on that.
Huh?
Thanks for the help.
We don't have the lead anymore.
Helden sterben nicht.
I still have
And
some
apparently we got shit healers
I am ready to unleash cover.
and a shit tank.
shots potential.
Ah. I literally just shooting him direct. It's not doing anything, guys. What the fuck's going on here?
Oh, come here. gives up.
Got the robot. Barricade's moving.
Show them what you've got.
Fire at will.
God.
I'm overloaded.
A little more and we have the lead. The battle ignites me.
Does it? That's kind of weird to hear you say that, but you know. I guess.
Moving ahead.
Uh-huh. I'm the only one pushing the cart. Only one pushing the cart. Only one pushing the cart.
Zut, they took the robot.
Okay.
Back at it.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Like, I don't think it's that much to ask for someone that also does the objective, guys.
You're all set up.
No one can hide from my sight.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Don't let the enemy take the lead. Surrender. I will.
I still have some fight in me.
Two signs you are more than likely going to lose the match is the tank doesn't go to the objective, and one that will sit by your DPS.
Someone round here has to keep an eye out. Show them what. Turret's being destroyed.
Waiting for it. Either to get healed by the healers that apparently can't fucking aim, or die to the guy that seems to know exactly where you are at all times when he's doing pop shots over walls. Good. Dude, what the fuck is our team doing?
I have high hopes for you. Power overwhelming.
No one can hide. Nice. Keep
Res him. Res him. God, our tank's fucking bad.
You're all set up.
And our healers aren't better either.
Push started. Let's go.
Show them what you can do.
Is there like any indicator when they start pushing? Like wait timer or something?
My ultimate is almost ready.
I need help. Let the Kitsune guide you. Will.
Turning up the heat.
Viable progress.
Can I get... No, okay.
from us.
Lindholm never gives up.
2-minute warning.
Shots potential. Get out of here.
Let me balance you out. Surrender. I will. Get ready. When we want the win. Strongest woman alive.
Like, I don't fucking understand that, guys. You get like certain people that you literally can't hit. Like everyone's shooting at them, and it's just like their shots just go through them. And, like doesn't do anything to them.
Wait till you see me on my bed. Ultimate charging.
He's just like jumping around in place, not doing anything.
Your end is within
Show them what you can do.
fire at will.
60 seconds.
Moving the barricade. No one can withstand me. Shots
Let the
potential.
Kitsune guide you.
Good.
Play of the game.
Огонь по готовности.
We just won, therefore we can't have critical analysis. What just happens? Yeah, that tank was bad too. Our healers were bad, and the tank was bad. That's why I was stuck pushing the point. Oh. I don't know, guys. Might be DDA, it might be something else. Definitely something's not on in the game.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Welcome to Oasis. Let's see if we get another Junkrat in this game.
Melee and Pinton are the Pinton fame.
We will be the lightning that guides the storm.
4, 3, 2, 1.
One.
Capture objective.
Let us keep our questionable choices to a minimum.
Another fucking Junkrat. Currently one of the most played heroes, guys, in the game is Junkrat. Now we change characters. God mercy. Was this the same fucking guy from last game? The fuck is this?
I quit. Tools in hand, brain in gear.
I think that was a healer from last game. Shit tank that can't go to point. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Didn't. That's not good.
Let's get to work. I foresee great things for you.
Surrender to my will. Heroes never die.
What? Okay, I guess he knew I was walking out the doorway right there. Good for him.
Thing of beauty.
Again. Time was in front of him though.
A Lindholm never gives up.
Didn't have enough.
I'm overloading. Look at you. I'm overloading. Face my burning
Okay. Good. Forgot there's like ways to get over here. Interesting. I swear it's like you do too much damage. Or you fire your gun too fast and then like you can't, like, it lowers your accuracy or something. That's good.
Now it's going to get
Boop.
interesting.
Boop, 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 boop. Like, even though when I'm using overload, I'm supposed to be right-clicking. Like, just holding down the button for maximal damage.
Let's go. I've got a few new inventions to try.
Attack movement and reload speed.
Stay close. I can't heal you if you stray.
Stay close to me, Mercy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
No hiccups so far. Let's keep it that way. King of beauty. Take my courage. Help me. Over there. I'm overloading.
God, fuck off, Diva.
objective. Claiming the objective.
I'm not jumping enough? Maybe I have to jump more. Maybe that's the key to success, guys, is just jumping.
I've high hopes for you.
Jump more.
I'm overloading.
Ah, she stood in the goo. Cool. And then I just died. I don't even think I got all my globbers off again.
Taste of poison. Someone called the ambulance.
Time to let off some steam.
Someone called the ambulance. Stab me. Heroes never die.
Maximum power.
It's like a fucking Genji just sitting back.
Get them off the point. Defend the objective.
Boip, boip, boip. Okay. Well, we won that. We did a lot of damage, but got no limbs, guys. Okay, I'd win. Ah, it is sleep time. Ah, yep, it's sleep time. You got me. Actually, it's not sleep time, it's dinner time. Christ. How's this pot G? How is that pot G? I have no fucking idea. It was literally just a clip of him shooting at me the entire time and then hitting me with his melee. I have no fucking idea how that's pot G. Ah, okay. Are you addicted again? I don't know. I don't know. There's something really fucking weird about the games, about the aim, about projectiles, about hits, about your aim in the game in general, about other people's aim in the game that I assume is cheating, but I'm not sure. Looks really fucking weird. There's a lot of stuff going on. We have games where I'll just basically hit no one and do nothing, and then I'll have other games where I hit everyone and just do everything. It definitely feels like dynamic difficulty adjustment, which if you guys don't know what that is, it will dynamically give you aim assist and take it away, and also, like, if you can imagine you having attraction to players, like magnetic aim attraction, which would be aim assist, and repulsion as well. So if you're aiming at someone that's, let's say, having a bad day, the game will stop you from shooting people. Yeah, I know it's pretty fucked up, but it's like another play, it's like another level deeper than SPMM, which is skill-based matchmaking, is where you will increase the effectiveness of other players to make them feel as though they're accomplishing something, and then at the same time, if people are accomplishing too much because they're having a good day, you'll take it away, right? It's pretty fucked up. That's like a hardcore version of gaslighting. However, it's not like tinfoil hat shit. Not only has been talked about before, but EA, specifically Activision, has patents on it. So it's not like it doesn't exist. It does have patents. Whether or not it's actually in the game remains to be seen. But there's some really fucking sketch shit. Really, really sketch shit. Yeah, no cheating. There's yeah, brand new game. Yeah, it's yeah. No, there definitely are some people that are cheating in this game too. We're playing against plats and golds, guys. This is not masters and GM and shit. We are playing plats and golds. This isn't like, yeah, plat. this isn't like super hardcore players. So like when you run into people that are like looks like they're running a fucking aimbot, plat and gold. Because once again, I haven't played since like 4 years ago in comps, so I'm still basically rated as if I was in comp. Like it deranked me, and now I'm playing against people gold and diamond, but that doesn't matter because that's support. Just skill level of people you're playing against, or comp level of people you're playing against. Golds, plats and golds, yeah. It's not like I'm playing against like ultra hardcore masters or grandmasters or something. There's some people with some really fucked up aim in this game. Makes sense, right? Because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, the fucking UI is all sorts of messed up too. I guess that's how you keep your job as a UI programmer, is try to make something better that's already basically the best version you can think of itself, and then they end up with all sorts of weird shit like your menu over here instead of down in the normal UI, chat that doesn't actually do anything, and then they do all sorts of shit where they like try to hide your rank and make sure that comp isn't very competitive, like it doesn't feel competitive, and can't talk to people at the end of the game at all because, you know, that would incite toxicity, right? Oh god, toxicity, guys. Very weird. Yeah, we had, like, Reaper. Reaper fucking sucks. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but it feels like you literally shoot through people all the fucking time. I don't remember him being that bad in Overwatch 1, but he feels really fucking bad. Torbjorn is also relatively bad, but I'm playing him just for shits and giggles. Symmetra's alright. Pharah's also kind of bad, but not as bad. Junkrat feels worse than Pharah does. I don't know what's going on there. Probably because you can actually hit... You can hit AoE missiles, even if you don't get direct hits, you'll still score damage on them. With Junkrat, if you miss, usually it's just a complete miss. And they toned down the spam on Junkrat too, because he gets 5 grenades. And it seems like every game tonight, guys, where we've played Junkrat, we've had someone else play Junkrat on the other team. I don't know why. I have no fucking idea why. I'm gonna play it too. I see a Junkrat on the enemy team. I don't know. No idea. It's at the beginning of the match too, like... I don't know. We're going to be playing Echo as well. She looks depressed. Just constantly looks depressed. If you look at the icon there. Body language. I don't know, guys. We're going to keep playing this tomorrow, guys. There will be more Overwatch 2 tomorrow. Probably be playing more Junkrat, get a feel for things. I don't know what's going on here. It feels kind of weird, but that's the way it goes, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the Junkrat play, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Tomorrow will be OW2s. And honestly, I don't know. If there was DDA in this game, if there was dynamic difficulty adjustment in this game, and someone found out, it would literally ruin Overwatch. It would absolutely ruin Overwatch. So they're playing with fire. And my guess is it came from some sort of further up the chain to increase profits or something like that. Because that's what it's designed for, is to make it so it's more fun for people that aren't skilled, so they can have fun too, by basically just removing skill for the most part. I don't know, guys. We'll see, though. Okay. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.